NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today it's live final round coverage of the 110th United States Open. Championship Sunday along the magnificent shores of Pebble Beach. A day filled with anticipation for not only who will win, but how they will do it. This place just has a way of saving its best for last. That's certainly proved with the previous 4 U.S. Opens here, and we expect nothing different from this final round Sunday today, as another huge sellout crowd of more than 35,000 has made its way onto this scenic course for a glimpse of more rare Open history at Pebble Beach. So who will make that history today after 3 rounds at America's Championship? Just 3 players under par. Dustin Johnson and Graham McDowell for the 2nd straight day on this weekend will play in the final group, separated by 3 shots. In the second to last group is Tiger Woods trying to grab more history and a record-tying 4th U.S. Open title. And then you've got Ernie Els and Phil Mickelson playing together. Els 6-back. Mickelson, if he has his hopes, keeps his hopes alive here of winning this U.S. Open for the first time, he's going to have to pull off the largest final round comeback in U.S. Open history, which was pulled off 50 years ago at Cherry Hills by the great Arnold Palmer. Hard to put it into words what this final day is all about here at Pebble Beach. Johnny, so special to you. Your name is on this trophy back in 1973 with the best final round score of 63 to win an Open. A very special day for you and a huge day for all involved here with a chance at putting their name on this trophy. First of all, this final round, so different than the first 3 rounds. And for these gentlemen today who have a chance to put their name on this trophy, what is going through their minds right now?
Well, the last day of a U.S. Open is really all about basically keeping your nerves together and somehow not getting in front of yourself, playing, basically boring thing, but one shot at a time, and somehow performing under the heaviest pressure in all of golf. For a guy like Havre from France, for him, he's going to be in a whole new world today. I don't know if he can hold up. I wouldn't imagine, but there's a lot of guys. Els trying to make sort of a second part of his career comeback, but you really probably, you're looking at a guy like Dustin Johnson, who they say flatlines, that he is a gambler, likes to play money games. Played Monday, he played Monday with Tiger, and he played Tuesday with Phil, and Phil doesn't play for free. And the bottom line is that he seems to be a tough guy, but can he do it? He's never won one of these, I tell you that, and neither is Phil. So there's a whole bunch of fun things that are going to happen today. But the first hour of this show is probably going to show, of when those guys tee off, that first hour is going to show whether Dustin can play the same kind of golf he's been playing, or whether he'll sort of start falling or stumbling, and whether Tiger can get off to a better start than he did yesterday, being 2 over right out of the box. So again, there's just so many fun things that can happen, and I hope we have great golf today, and I hope the best player wins. I picked Dustin Johnson early in the week, and I don't even know why. I just think because he won the AT&T, but he knows how to play Pebble. He loves his local caddy, Bobby Brown, and I think he's definitely the guy to beat, if you ask me.
All right, he shot a 66 yesterday along with Tiger Woods, and it was a sensational trip down the back 9 here at Pebble Beach for not only Dustin Johnson but Tiger Woods. Tiger needs another round today like he had yesterday if he's got any hopes, doesn't he?
Well, that's the lowest round, matched his lowest round ever in an Open. He had 8 birdies, the most he's ever posted in an Open. He's got to be feeling really good about his game. He is playing better. He has found a swing that can work. He's swinging better because more on line at the top of the backswing. He's hitting a few more stingers. I think there's a lot of good things for Tiger, but will he putt like he did early in the week, or will he putt like he did yesterday? He's got to have a great putting round, and Phil's got to have a sensational putting round like he did on Friday, not Thursday and Saturday.
Little more than 6 hours from now, this cherished trophy will go to somebody, and they will become the 5th U.S. Open champion at Pebble Beach. Big stuff along the cliffs here, along the Monterey Peninsula, and we're poised to bring it for you. Again, Gary Koch, Brad Faxon, Peter Jacobsen on the towers in this 110th edition. Roger Maltby, Mark Rolfing, Dottie Pepper, on the ground. The executive director of the United States Golf Association, David B. Fay, with us to handle any rules interpretations that may come up during the course of this final round at Pebble Beach. Out to the course, Lee Westwood with a 7-iron at the par 3 fifth today, 205 yards, as we give you a taste of how some of the holes here are playing and what the contenders will have in store for them later on.
A good news about 5. It's a bit of a funnel back here in the back of the green where the hole is, and it likes to feed in there close. It could be a hole-in-one today, just where the ball likes to stand up. So you're going to see some close shots there.
Over to the 4th, Peter Jacobsen with a call over there.
Thank you, Dan. Jim Furyk now up the hill.
And Peter, this hole's drivable today for some of the long hitters.
It is. That's a beautiful shot. You can see the wind is, again, down breeze on 4. Let's go over to 8.
At this gorgeous par 4, Ricky Barnes, the runner-up last year at Bethpage, for birdie. And Barnes at +1 on this final round Sunday. A good start with a 72.
Not the hardest
Thursday.
location there.
Now back at 4, Scott playing, flirting with that right side. Played a hybrid off the tee to that position. And beautiful shot. He had no angle to that back right hole location. Let's go over to 17.
Final 2 holes here, of course, always so pivotal. The history here at the previous U.S. Opens, Jack in 72, Tom Watson in 82. And it is a tough par 3, and then the par 5 18th where birdie is available. But
yeah, I was out on 17 for quite a long time. And really, the only bad spot is that back bunker that's on the corner of your screen on the last side, right side. Front bunker's good. The right bunkers aren't bad. Even the back right bunker's not bad. But the one thing in the ocean is only about 25 feet in reality left of the flagstick. If you hit a hook, it's going to hit just over that funny looking bunker and bounce down on the ocean. So you got to be careful of a pull hook there.
And if you're able to get through 17 in one piece, then you've got the par 5 18th, which is 30 yards shorter today, just 513 total. So that's going to entice a lot more players in the field to give this one a go in 2.
And also the flagstick is on the left front, and it looks so good from the fairway that you almost can't resist going for it. So it's a hole location I've never seen before. Close to the fall off, but it's very fair, and you can scramble on that hole, but watch out for backspin with your wedge. It'll spin right off the green and maybe into that left long bunker, believe it or not, with spin.
Well, we've seen birdies in U.S. Opens here on this 72nd hole. No U.S. Open champion has ever eagled the 72nd hole, as we've got Kent Jones here and Ty Tryon playing the 18th right now. Jones here with a birdie try, one of the great finishing holes anywhere in the world. 18.
Well, you know, it's just a fun hole because it does tempt you, and it really makes you sort of choke, if you want to use the word, on the second shot. Guys block it right in the bunker or over by the new cypress tree they planted in there. But backspin on this hole, if you hit it left of the hole, it'll spin down and roll right into that bunker possibly. So you got to really be careful not to hit it left of the hole with spin.
These stands have been filled since we arrived here early this morning. This is just the 6th group at 18.
That's got to be a bit of a trick putt. That ball never moved an inch going left.
Over to 5, Westwood for his birdie. He has finished in the top 3 of the previous 3 majors. Probably will not join Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods as the only ones with 4 in a row in the modern era. And back over to the 4th.
Jim Furyk now for his birdie. Not surprisingly, number 4 today. Playing easy. About a third of the field so far has birdied number 4. Back to number 1.
Ian Poulter just getting going for birdie, beginning at +7.
Again, a very birdie type oriented hole location, a very easy hole location at number 1. Somebody could just get out of the blocks like crazy today.
3rd round 77 for Poulter really diminished his chances yesterday in that 3rd round. Back to 4.
We're playing now for his birdie after a beautiful shot from the right side.
All right, so Graham McDowell arriving just a short time ago
Come on, guys.
He knows what it feels like to lead this championship. He's going to find out if he can come back to win it. And the lead is 3 when he'll tee off in just a little less than 2 hours from now with Graham McDowell. Rejoins some of the other players on the course. Lee Westwood at the 6th.
Yeah, good look at the par 5. 523 yards has been the easiest hole on the golf course in this championship. Second shot, the hill, blind for the players. Front right hole location today, Johnny. We've already seen a couple of eagles made. It's going to chase back into the back portion of the green, leave a long eagle attempt. Not an easy 2-putt from there, up and over a ridge.
Good shot, though.
Well, very good shot. As we go to the 9th, and the ocean holes that are so beautiful and yet can be so difficult. Hole location today at 9 is just over that huge bunker.
Yeah, it's a tough one there.
Yeah, most of the players, Johnny, not even attacking it, trying to play to the right of the hole, just as David Duval has done there. That is very well thought out and very well executed. Makeable putt from there up the hill. Back at the 5th.
And Vijay Singh, who took a back seat to Tiger's incredible 66 yesterday, playing alongside the world #1, who's the former world #1.
It's good, according to the yellow sticks there, like SFO there.
While Tiger was shooting at 66, Vijay was shooting 75 yesterday, but a beauty there after a bogey start.
Robert Allenby with a chance to go birdie on the first 2 holes. He's got a big swing to the left. It's never firm enough. You see the tape on Allenby's left wrist there. He was driving his boat with his kids last week, and it ran aground and jammed the wrist into the steering wheel of the boat. Lucky to be playing this week as we go to the 1st.
Here's Matt Kuchar, who is having an outstanding 2010 season. Matt beginning the day at +7.
Great shot.
It up onto the green. Great shape just above the hole. And over to the 8th for one of the most scenic shots in all the world. Maybe the best approach anywhere. Sergio coming across the water.
Yeah, this second shot is maybe the best. I give the road St. Andrews the greatest hole in all the golf. As far as the approach shot, this one might be right there.
Sergio working on a 1-under round early, and exclusive views of this championship provided by the MetLife blimp to also see how MetLife's retirement resources can help you strengthen your personal safety net. Visit MetLife.com today. There's been some patches of blue kind of trying to get through this marine layer in Northern California, but so far mostly shrouded by the cloud cover. BJ for his birdie at the 5th. And he picks it up at the par 3 to get himself to +9. Back over to the 2nd.
Ian Poulter playing his 2nd here at the par 4. If you don't drive it in the fairway here at the long par 4 2nd, you usually pay the price. It comes up well short in the left rough. Cost of missing the fairway more than half a stroke for the players so far this week. Just more beautiful scenery here on the Monterey Peninsula. It's the final round of the 110th U.S. Open Championship, and we'll be back with more action after this.
Back to the par 4 2nd here.
And Poulter playing his 3rd from well short and out of the rough, trying to land it short of the green and chase it up. Par 4, if you miss the fairway, you are going to struggle to make a par as we go to 8.
Garcia with his birdie try.
Very quick and hooking.
And over to the 6th.
Lengthy eagle putt for Lee Westwood. Double breaker here. John goes to the right in the middle of the putt and then tries to come back left as it gets over the little ridge.
Yeah, nice putt. Nice hole.
That's beautiful. So Lee Westwood should tap that into birdie 3 holes in a row, 4, 5, and 6, and that's just what you're talking about is can happen on these early holes as we go to the first.
And Matt Kuchar for an opening birdie.
Very quick. These greens are very fast.
Yes.
That's the main protection this golf course has. After watching it all, not much rough. It's really the speed of the greens that's allowed only 3 competitors to be under par through 54 holes.
Over to 4.
Henrik Stenson now for his birdie. Another quick putt down that hill. You see Angel Cabrera right next to him. He tried to drive the green and hit it way left. Back at 6.
Well, this was just a moment ago. Sean McKeel playing his second shot with par 5. Again, we mentioned it's a blind second shot up the cliff. You want to watch something pretty? How about the rarest shot in golf? A double eagle, too, for Sean McKeel. And of course, he doesn't know it. He's got a little reaction from the driver.
That's a wowzer.
Well, Lee Westwood on the 7th with a sandwich from the far left of the tee. You can see the hole location way on the right side. And unlike 5, Johnny, this is not a little hole or a receptive area.
It's in the hole!
USGA spread the tee markers way out so you can get an angle here. It's very clever of them.
Johnny, they said typically that they have the tee markers only 5 yards apart. Today they're 13 yards apart. Look, spanning the whole width of the tee there. And today the hole is shortened to 92 yards. Yesterday it was just 99. And again, this is the shortest par 3 in major championship history since the World War II.
It's a front tee there too.
It's way on the front. The first time we've ever used that. And, you know, the only shot that we've seen really close was in the last group. Scott Langley, the left-handed amateur, hooked his sandwich in. Hit it to about 8 or 10 feet. But again, this green is hard like a racquetball court. Balls are caraming all over the place.
From that tee, if you hit it good, you got a curtsy.
Absolutely. And you know, the wind's blowing a little bit out of the right here, Johnny. So if you're going to take aim at that flag, you got to send it out a little bit over the rocks.
Yeah, if you hit the bunker here, it will bury most of the time, especially that right corner. And from there, you have nothing.
You can already see all the divots from the left side of the tee marker. This is Westwood's fellow competitor, Jason Allred. Jason's even for the day, +8. And Westwood's made 3 birdies in a row, so he's looking for a Johnny Miller-like finish.
Yeah, you never know.
Shoot a 63 and get himself to even par.
I'm still thinking about that double eagle by McKeel. That's something rare, folks. You got to enjoy that.
Well, let's watch him walk up there, Gary.
Yeah, it was a 3-iron from 209 yards, and the gallery very appreciative.
He was a first-round leader, Gary, and it was a big story earlier in the week. His mother battling cancer and how emotional he was to get back to the big stage of a U.S. Open. So maybe that'll give her a little better day today on this Sunday, watching her son with the rarest of feats in this game.
Let's take another look. It's a shame he's down the bottom of the hill and really can't enjoy the fact that it goes in.
Well struck 3-iron.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it was a beautiful shot. He's played it just the way you have to here at 6. Lands it short of the green. As the British like to say, the albatross.
One thing to make a double eagle, but it's another thing to do it the last day of the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach. That makes it real nice.
Where Lee Westwood has his chance for his 4th consecutive birdie to get to 4 over par.
I once asked Jack Nicklaus, well, what does Angelo do for you? You know, he's caddy for you all this time, and Jack says, just remind me when things aren't going good that I'm the greatest player in the world.
Well, does the name Lou mean anything to you from 1973? Same drill.
Same thing.
Lucky enough to get you in that lowest final round. in major championship history. Is there one in the cards for that guy? We'll see. A little more than an hour and a half away from the final tee time of Graham McDowell and the leader Dustin Johnson, the leader by 3. Had a chance to chat with Roger Maltbie just a short time ago.
Dustin, you've had 54-hole leads in tournaments before, but this is the U.S. Open. Do you expect the pressure to be any different?
I mean, it's going to be a little different, I would imagine. You know, there's a lot of fans out there, and it's you know, it's a big tournament. So, but you know, I still got to approach it just like any other tour event. You know, I just got to stick with my game plan, and you know, if I keep hitting it like I'm hitting it, then it's going to be tough to beat.
Speaking of your game plan, you've played pretty fearlessly for the first 3 days. Any change there?
No change in the game plan. I think I have good clubs off the tee that I'm very confident hitting, and you know, I'm still going to attack the course the same as I have been the last 3 days.
Thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
And specifically, he said he's going to take out the driver on 18 again today. Well, this was the story yesterday. In the first few holes, Dustin Johnson was just kind of hanging around. In fact, he had drifted 4 shots behind Graham McDowell before this tee shot up the hill at the short par 4 fourth, a 3-iron for 284 yards.
Yeah, he thought I was going in the right bunker, but it got some favorable bounces and then ricocheted off the edge and rolled up right underneath the hole perfectly.
So he had this for eagle to jumpstart himself and get it to 3 under. McDowell had picked up a bogey at the previous hole, so at that point he was trailing by just 1. And then while everybody had problems at the par 3 7th, listen to Dustin Johnson here.
He thought he hit it too easy, but he's the only guy that even got within 30 feet, and he hits it for a leaner.
A 2 there for Dustin, and he would get himself to 5 under. That was 2 birdies in a row, in fact. And then the miss at the 9th. Still, though, he's out in 3 under 32, and he's just 1 back at McDowell. And then a birdie at 11. Got him to 5 under. He was tied for the championship at that point. Bogeyed the 13th to fall back to 4 under. And then after a 7-iron on this 206-yard difficult 17.
What a putt. Huge swing. Putt has to be perfectly read and hit.
And the championship had changed in his direction. After a couple of McDowell bogeys, he was in command. And then after hitting driver
that's got
off
chance.
the tee, 6-iron.
Massive 6-iron. But just a gutsy guy, you know, he's a gutsy guy, and he seems to be very relaxed. His body language is very relaxed, and I think he thinks he owns Pebble Beach.
So a 2-putt birdie at 18 gave Dustin Johnson that incredible 66 and enabled him to build the 3-shot lead that he now enjoys over Graham McDowell. And you heard his comments with Roger Maltbie. This guy, Johnny, talking about everybody, you know, the U.S. Open pressure of the final round. I don't get any kind of tinge of nervousness, at least from the get-go here before he tees off from Dustin Johnson.
Well, at least he's not saying what a lot of guys do. I'm just going to go out and have a nice day and try to play my game, and we'll see what happens. He says, I'm going to be tough to beat. Let's just hit it right on the nail, you know, right on the head. But I think he's, like I said earlier, he loves to gamble. He loves to put his sort of ego on the line with the gambling and with playing, and this is sort of right up his alley, I think. But time will tell, won't it?
Yeah, I know you questioned that choice of driver yesterday with a little bit of a lead, but he went ahead and hit it. Says he's got a lot of confidence.
I don't know really why he hit a driver on 18 because he didn't need it, but you know, if he likes it, good for him.
Well, we'll see what he needs today and whether he goes with it again. Back to the little par 3.
Well, if the playing in the U.S. Open doesn't give you enough adrenaline, how about a 2 on the 6th hole and power your lob wedge over the back bunker, and from the back bunker,
one hop buried.
Yeah, it's a little half buried lie here, Johnny, and not an easy shot. Just
it's amazing.
Barely trickles out on the green.
It's just amazing, this game, isn't it? On a par 5, you make 2, and then a little chip shot, you might make 4 or 5.
Well, there is Tom Watson, champion here from '82, making his way over to the first tee. Will this be his final U.S. Open? Well, he's in a pretty good spot in the 16th spot. Remember, the top 15 get back into the next year's U.S. Open at Congressional. So if Watson has a good day today, he'll be back in another U.S. Open.
Had a good last 2 rounds, 71-70. I mean, that's some good golf. I mean, 60-year-old guys. I mean, he's tough.
Sean McKeel's 30-footer across the green, down the hill. Gets quick after this hole, Johnny.
You believe this?
Boy, this guy's pumped up after a double eagle.
Wow. I mean, he's making a score on 7 that he should have made on 6, and the one on 6 on 7.
This was a moment ago, Lee Westwood. Coming across the water.
Good shot there. That's good. Right underneath the hole. That's good. It might roll back a little bit.
So now we're live with Westwood.
Yes, this is a nice spot to be. It's a little quick when it turns right, but it's a bit uphill. And see him +5. He's birdied the last 3 holes besides 7. It was about a foot right anyway. Maybe 2 feet. You can say he didn't even come close to reading that correctly.
I want to clarify Tom Watson's position in the 16th spot. This is the first year that you need to get into the top 10 to get into next year's U.S. Open. So Tom's going to have to improve on his spot. In previous years, it's been top 15 as we go back to 7.
McKeel, weak effort for his bogey. Double bogey, and Pebble giveth and taketh away for Sean McKeel. 2-5.
Well, he could have just turned him around. He would have had 5-2. It would have looked okay.
Over at the 4th, KJ Choi for an early birdie. 3 pars in a row and a birdie. So KJ Choi off to a nice start early in the day. Let's go back to 1.
Remember this name from the first round. Brendan de Jong had a piece of the first round lead with Sean McKeel and Paul Casey after opening up with a 69. And he nearly knocks that in at the first.
That's a tough shot too, down in that deep bunker. It's deeper than your head when you're down there, and any par from there is wonderful.
Shutter in that one.
Here's Mr. Mickelson, California Cool, coming in for his appointed 1:55 tee time. Just a little more than an hour away. It's going to take a heroic effort for Mickelson. 7 off the lead. Going to have to match what Arnie did at Cherry Hills 50 years ago.
You know, he's in a position though he could put a lot of pressure if he can really get off to a good start and get that putter going like the Friday round.
Tiger putting one-handed with a watchful eye of Stevie Williams. Tiger begins 5 behind. So you've got the second-ranked player 7 behind, top-ranked player 5 behind.
Yeah, Phil practices with the forward hand, and he's practicing with the right hand, which has the feel for distance. And you can see he doesn't do too bad with that one hand.
No.
Just fill it up, why don't you?
One after another.
Yeah, that looks good. That takes some good coordination and nerves.
And there he is with his son Michael on Father's Day, hoping for one more great day at Pebble Beach at a U.S. Open. Over at the 11th, the 3rd for Ricky Barnes.
Just a delicate shot down the hill here. Just barely moved it. Very well played. Wow.
Oh, and
wow.
How slick is that?
He chips it in a lot. Have you noticed that? I mean, he just, every time we're seeing him, it seems like he's chipping it in.
Even par in his round today, +9 for the championship. We go to 9.
And we find the amateur Scott Langley playing his 5th shot, hit his 2nd into the hazard, dropped out, chunked one. And Conway knocks it in for a bogey. The current NCAA individual champion who won that event just a week or so ago. And Russell Henley has yet to tee off. Henley played his collegiate golf at plays for Georgia, and Langley for Illinois. As we go to the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12:55 starting time from Torino, Italy. Edoardo Molinari. Play away, please.
So you've got a couple of USGA champions in this group. The U.S. Open champion Tom Watson, and then the U.S. Amateur champion from 2005, Edoardo Molinari, who pulled it off at Marion. His brother started this championship, did not make the cut.
Shot rounds of 75, 72, 72.
That's a beautiful shot of the left bunker.
Sort of a different swing, not much wrist cock at the top, a little stiff looking.
And from Stillwell, Kansas, the champion of 1982, Tom Watson.
Watson trying to earn his way back to another U.S. Open. He will play in the British Open at storied St. Andrews in just a month's time from now.
Very much the same line. A good opening tee shot.
There.
That is ripped.
Yeah, it's a chaser. That's in a great spot.
And Watson's so appreciative of his special exemption and taking advantage of it. Back out to that group that was just introduced off the tee at 1. Eduardo Molinari first to play as Watson. The old man is way ahead of him out there, Dottie.
He's way ahead of him, and it was quite the wave of applause that followed this 2-ball up the fairway. That from 160 yards.
Just trickling on the front edge. It'll come back off a bit. Over to 10.
Sergio Garcia now for his birdie. Only 2 birdies so far today on the 10th. And this is extremely quick down this hill. In fact, number 10 so far is the toughest hole on the course today. But there's the 3rd birdie. That's a welcome 3 for Sergio. That gets him to a couple under par for the day. And we go back to the 4th. Matt Kuchar, after a great birdie on 1, taking a driver. We haven't seen many drivers today, although Jim Herman made an eagle earlier today. And yeah, that sneaks through the gap right up on the front of the green. He's got a long putt, but he doesn't care. Let's go down to Roger.
Thank you, Peter. Ernie, you've come from behind to win a U.S. Open before. What do you think it's going to take today to get the job done?
Well, it's pretty cold out here. It feels like it's going to be breezy. There's going to be nerves flying around the place, you know, especially maybe in the final group. But I've got to get into red numbers somehow, and I've got to try and finish in red numbers. I don't know which red number it's going to be, but I'm sure it's going to be some kind of a red number. And got to get off to a good start. You know, those first 7 holes, there's quite a few opportunities. So hopefully we can get it going.
Thanks. Best of luck.
Thanks, man.
Yep, I think Ernie's right. Johnny, red numbers, you got to be in there to win this championship. Earlier on, we thought that it was going to be over par, but here's Watson's 2nd at the 1st.
Stuff can hit those irons as good as anybody.
It's been one of the neat things about this championship as we welcome USGA President Jim Hyler with us. You saw Tom Watson play with a couple of guys that were 21, and Rory McIlroy and the 18-year-old from Japan, Yo Ishikawa, earlier, and now he's got the young U.S. amateur champion from Italy. But let's expand on what the piece we saw you in earlier was talking about. The term sustainability, expand on that and why you think that is one of your most important issues as after taking office as president in February.
Well, Dan, I think it's a huge issue for the game. We need to understand that water is a very scarce resource, and there are a lot of really positive benefits to employing more sustainable turf grass management practices. For me personally, coming from the southeast in North Carolina, we have experienced several very dramatic droughts, and we've had to understand how to get by with less water. I've had the good fortune of working with Mike Davis as Championship Committee Chair, and I now have a much better appreciation of firm and fast and the playability benefits that we get from that. And then finally, if you think about the economic environment of the past few years, there are definitely some financial benefits to dialing back the use of water, fertilizer, less maintenance, and it has a terrific financial benefit as well.
And even like a championship as big as this, that is incorporated here and has been at Pebble Beach in preparation for this 110th U.S. Open, hasn't it?
Well, Pebble Beach has been really an industry leader in sustainable practices, from using recycled wastewater for all of their irrigation, and also using some very sophisticated technology to better localize their water techniques. They have done a terrific job, but this is not applicable to every place, every course, every club. And the question is really, how do we begin to get golfers and golf course owners and decision makers in golf to start thinking more about how to use less water and have more sustainable practices?
Well, you do some great work, and by the way, it was exciting to hear that this great venue, Pebble Beach, will be the site in 2019 for another U.S. Open, and also Erin Hills announced in 2017 as well.
Exactly. We look forward to coming back here.
All right. Look forward to seeing you down the road again. USGA President Jim Hyler with us, and Watson for a birdie at the first, and Dottie Pepper with this group.
I am, and this is a putt he has to get off the hole and just dribble it down the slope.
Again, Watson trying to inch his way up on the leaderboard, get that top 10 spot, which will assure him another U.S. Open at Congressional next year. And over to 4.
Matt Kuchar now for his eagle. You see where he's putting. This is the type of putt. It's hard to get this back to the hole. You've got to convince yourself to give it a little extra. Kuchar having a great year this year, John, working with a young teacher out of Dallas named Chris O'Connell. He's a disciple of Jim Hardy's.
Well, he had it going the right direction there.
That's a good lead right under the hole.
But like you say, it's hard for these guys to get it to the hole if you don't have a lot of local knowledge.
Back to 1.
And a little putt for par for Tom. Who is playing in his 112th U.S. Open round. Over to 8, McKeel, who's been on a emotional roller coaster.
And a really pretty putting stroke, and that looks good.
And he drops the ball. So how about this line for McKeel? Double eagle, double bogey, and a birdie in the last 3 holes. And don't forget a double bogey at the second. Yeah, the twisting, swirling emotions that only happen in a U.S. Open. It's been a wild ride for McKeel. What might we expect for the guys that have a chance to win that coveted trophy later on? Now within 5. We showed you Dustin Johnson 66. Phil Mickelson also shot 66 on Friday. Tiger's 66. Well, he wasn't looking too good until this second at the 4th. In fact, with a couple of bogeys in the first 2 holes, he was 9 back. But he starts to chip away. That produced a birdie there to get it back to +5. And then this tee shot at the par 3 5th. Just checks up on a dime hole high, made that for 2 in a row, and he was at +4. And then he came to the par 5 6th with his second. The side of one of his most memorable moments back in 2000 when he had a 7-iron up the hill and got on in 2. 2-putt birdie from there, and all of a sudden Tiger made 3 in a row. He bogeyed the 8th to fall back to +4, so he was out and even through the front 9. But then at 11, you could just kind of feel that he was coming on to +3. And then the second at 13.
Come on, be the right club. Be the club.
There was a right club. That would make it 5 birdies for Tiger. His second on the back 9, he was at +2. But this is where we started to see the old Tiger kind of come through. Birdie at 16 to get to +1. And then at 17, Johnny, a putt that had to be read absolutely perfect. In fact, Tiger was saying he was just trying to get it down there in 2.
Yeah, it was a putt that you just throw it out and hope it gets, maybe goes in. But what a putt that was. And then, of course, that segued over to 18. He's back there 260 yards. Got to hit a slice 3-wood, 3-wood. And he loves it. He's saying, come on. And the gallery goes nuts.
We had him whipped up with that 3-wood. 2-putt birdie from there for a 66. 8 birdies, 31 on the back 9. It matched his second lowest round in a U.S. Open. Those 8 birdies, the most ever in an open round for Tiger, as he played the last 15 holes in 7 under.
I think that's the best he's felt since last fall, right there on 18 when he hit that shot, because there's been a lot of tough times for him.
We talked about it yesterday. That was the first time on the golf course that we kind of seen the old Tiger. I think it's a huge day today. I mean, in order to kind of really kind of say that Tiger is back, he's got to kind of follow it up today, maybe with another really good round, especially if he has any designs of winning this championship for a record-tying 4th time.
He is swinging better. He's made some changes in the last couple weeks, and they're paying off. He's got good stats, pretty good hitting fairways and greens. It just looks solid, you know. He looks really good.
He's less than an hour from going away in that final group with Gregory Havret from France, and over at the 10th.
Lee Westwood now with his approach to 10 after a great front 9. And got too aggressive with that shot. Back to 2.
Tom Watson second here at the long par 4.
Beautiful cutting tee shot that found the fairway. That 211
good
total.
straight bounce now.
Looking for a straight bounce. He gets it, but it's a big bounce. Chase all the way to the back of the green.
He hasn't lost it.
Finally hit this ground.
Graham McDowell has been pretty low-key most of the week, and we checked to see how he's feeling today before the biggest round of his life. Roger Maltbie chatted with him a short time ago.
Graham, you've got it in great shape for 54 holes now. What's the game plan for today?
Game plan's the same, really. I mean, you got to give this golf course utmost respect. I've said that all week, and you know, I'm going to be playing with Dustin, obviously watching what he's doing a little bit, but I can't go chasing him, you know. I've got to wait for him to make mistakes. I've got to just be patient and try and take my chances when they come.
Now, what would it mean to be the first man from Northern Ireland to win the U.S. Open?
Be pretty special, no doubt about it. I mean, this is a special place. I mean, to win any major championship's a dream come true for me. But you know, to win here at Pebble Beach would be amazing. But you know, I can't think too far ahead. I've got a big test ahead of me today. This golf course has been brutal all week, and you know, I'm looking forward to getting out there. You know, I feel a lot more relaxed today, a little calmer, and I'm looking forward to being in this position.
Thanks. Best of luck.
Thanks, Roger.
You know, you got to respect this man. He is very intelligent, and he has a great personality. He's very friendly. He's hard not to really pull for it if you get to know him. He's really a good, solid player. And with the lead yesterday, he shot a 71, so it's not like he fell apart with the lead. He's going to be tough to beat today. He's got 71, 68, 71. Those are 3 good rounds here at Pebble, nothing over par.
Players from 22 different countries have won USGA championships. Never anyone from Northern Ireland. South Africa's Ernie Els with Phil Mickelson in that 3rd to last group. And then less than an hour from now, Tiger Woods and the man from France, Gregory Havret. Don't forget about him. He's at even par. And then that final group with McDowell is Dustin Johnson. From South Carolina, Lucas Glover from South Carolina won last year's U.S. Open. Maybe we've got 2 in a row. Dustin Johnson, if you go to any of the tour stops and you visit the fitness rooms, you'll see him a lot. I've seen him quite a bit with the medicine balls and stretching. And talk about his swing here, Johnny, which is a little unusual.
Look at how closely his hands are together. He uses very little of the grip, even with those big hands. Everything's good there. See, the club is square there, but watch the left wrist. It's flat, 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 dead flat. Whoop, now it's not so flat. And then look at the top where his wrist is. What that does is allow you to use so much wrist coming down to straighten that right wrist, and that is a lot of power when you get in that position. What he has to do is reverse curl it through the hitting area to keep from duck hooking it. So like Trevino, now he'll watch this, he'll right in this area, it'll be back to flat right there. It's flat, and he keeps the face square for about 5 inches and then hits through it, and he stays down. Look at the posture right here. That's the secret, is he chases down the line a la Lee Trevino, really.
You could see his head kind of move out there, though, a little before than the normal player would. But
little Duval,
yep,
and Annika Sorenstam, his chin sort of chases the ball.
That's the move and the bowed wrist that his new teacher Butch Harmon said he would never mess with. Over at the 10th.
A moment ago, Lee Westwood trying to extricate himself from the hazard.
He had a pretty good lie, obviously. He didn't even hardly swing hard.
Yeah, he must have had a great lie. Now, here he is for his par. This is so quick.
Not the hardest putt, though. It's just doesn't do much.
It doesn't do much, but
just
speed
enough,
is everything. Just enough. And you're going to see that today a lot. You're going to see putts that roll by this hole are going to go all the way to the front of that green. Let's go back to 2.
And Tom Watson with a chance for a birdie. Big breaking putt here from right to left.
He had a pretty mediocre putt at 1, but
this one's carrying a lot of speed.
I get the feeling that he can feel this could be the last round, and it's like he's a little more nervous than normal.
All right, let's join Bob Costas.
With Tim Rosafort, senior writer, Golf World magazine, with Dustin Johnson atop the leaderboard. Everybody wants to know something more about him. What do you got?
Well, Bob, just like we see in baseball, and you see as well, the evolution of shortstops from 5'10" to 6'4". We're starting to see that more and more golf too, as the elite athletes follow Tiger Woods, and there's nobody considered more of an elite athlete than Dustin Johnson. We saw that yesterday with a 6-iron into 18, driving to 4th green with a 3-iron. His strength coach, Randy Myers, put him through almost like a combine earlier this year down at Doral. Vertical leap of 38 inches, not quite Shannon Brown of the Lakers at 45, but just a couple inches under Randy Moss. Standing broad jump, 10 feet 9 inches. 94th percentile of all NBA players, and that's with pants and golf spikes on. 8% body fat. His college coach Alan Terrell said that while he's not going to win any slam dunk competition, he's got Jordan-esque fingers, so he's got incredible balance, flexibility, and generosity. He's paid for an entire fitness center for the Coastal Carolina team up at the TPC Myrtle Beach.
We know millions upon millions of Americans will be watching this concluding round of the U.S. Open. But meanwhile, one of the guys way up on the leaderboard is from Northern Ireland, and there's a time difference there. Are they going to be following it?
They certainly will. 8 hours away up in Portrush especially, but growing up at where he's a member now, Royal Portrush, but growing up he was not a member there. He was a member at the working class club in town, Rathmore. Was here with his dad yesterday talking. He's very much a working class man, worked at the school there as a technician. They were talking this morning out at breakfast along with Graham about the days when they played amateur golf back driving around Ireland, but it really comes back to what's going on up at Rathmore and at Portrush right now. 8 hours later, with the time difference, they'll be watching this up until 3 a.m. in the morning.
Looks like Graham McDowell was checking his text messages, which are flying in from all over Europe. Speaking of Europeans, what about Havre, the Frenchman?
Well, a great story, and this is really the essence of why it's a U.S. Open. The qualifying system now goes overseas, and here we see him in the final hole of the qualifier at Walton Heath over a 45-footer. He needed to make this putt, Bob, just to get into a playoff. 6 for 5 spots that included Simon Connor, who just recently won the European Tour event the week before. Now we're seeing 2 putts here. This is Havre with a 15-footer and a 6 for 5 playoff. And he's in there with a Frenchman, a countryman, Jean Lucan, and he drains it 14-footer. Now watch this, Bob. The French are famous for their celebrations, usually a champagne bath, but Bob, that takes it to a new dimension.
I find that somewhat disturbing. Let's go back to the course. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Bob.
Bob Costas speechless.
I love that.
That kind of celebration to pull it off. By the way, Jean-Francois Lecan missed the cut here, but it didn't stop a celebration from England to the U.S. Open shores of Pebble Beach. It's a celebration we have never seen and likely will never see again on any golf course.
I like that.
At the second, Watson for his par. Okay, slips in. Tom was saying he's come full circle here at Pebble Beach from winning at 82 and calling his dad to wish him a happy Father's Day to having his son caddy for him here today. Very special. As we go to 18.
And here's the other gentleman from South Carolina we referred to earlier, the defending champion Lucas Glover coming in here. So the last man to repeat.
That's
Curtis Strange, that will remain intact. Hard to win back-to-back this championship. 88-89 last time it was done. Allenby at 7. Curtis Strange.
Allenby's putting from a popular spot for 2. Only the 5th one of the day. Get him 1 under par on the day to +7, and that ball was moving when it hit the hole.
One of the most beautiful sights in all the world, and an international field coming to Pebble Beach to take their shot at this U.S. Open. Northern Ireland, France, South Africa, Japan, Germany all represented there on the first page of the leaderboard. America's championship. And you think that golf isn't contagious at Pebble Beach? If you're a kayaker, you need something else than just your paddle. How about a 3-wood from the beach? Lucas Glover just in front of the green at 18 with his third from the bunker. A moment ago.
A beautiful shot. Just great. If you ask me, he's got the kind of game. He's been a little disappointing since his U.S. Open victory. I thought he would do a lot more than he's done.
Yeah, plus 16, trying to get it to plus 15 for the 2010 champion. Chip, 2009 winner of Bethpage Black.
Nice fellow. Just sort of happy where he is in life.
Speaking of life, the MetLife can help you prepare for tomorrow with a personal safety net for all the ifs in life. And MetLife Blimp has been hovering above one of the great spots in all the earth. Monterey Peninsula, Pebble Beach. Final round Sunday, getting closer to those tee times, just about 45 minutes away from the final group. Dustin Johnson and Graham McDowell. There they are side by side. There's Butch Harmon, who's been working with Dustin for just a couple of months. He also works with Phil Mickelson, who will have a go at it today and try to pull off a huge comeback. And of course, Butch Harmon was the teacher, the former teacher of Tiger Woods, who then hooked up with Hank Haney, but now Tiger going it alone, at least for now.
We all have different standards.
Shortening up his swing has been the objective for Harmon with Dustin Johnson, and they're laughing and joking. So
Butch is trying to get him to extend a little more going away. He has a tendency to stay on his left side going back and just tighten up the backswing a bit at the top. And from there, just let him be athletic and do his thing. You can see that nice follow through, and the right shoulder is down low on his follow through, chasing.
Back out to the course and the third.
Tom Watson almost holed this second shot. It carried a little bit of speed. There's a little ridge on the back of the green, and now he's got a really difficult shot here, trying to run it.
He had that little collar behind him, and it caught the club.
Well, that's a difficult shot there, Johnny, with that thing back against you. Let's go up to 15.
Where it's always important to keep a good attitude, even after a nightmarish triple bogey at the 14th. What does Jason Gore do in the very next hole? Birdie.
Yeah, that was a great run at Pinehurst, wasn't it? We enjoyed that.
Yeah, an unfortunate ending to it for Jason Gore and Retief Goosen in that final group.
That's true. They just fell apart, those two.
Kuchar at the 6th.
And this his third shot. Delicate little pitch from out of the intermediate cut of rough. Oh, beautifully done. So that Kuchar with that little kick in to reach 3 under par for the day after just 6 holes. 4 over for the championship. Go to the 11th.
And Lee Westwood with a long birdie look.
And this is always muy rapido from this particular spot. Watch this. Watch this. This thing doesn't hardly even think about slowing down until it gets 6 feet by the hole, 5 feet by the hole.
Par putt coming back for Westwood, who's got a good 2 under round going. Folks waiting for the action that really matters to come their way at 18. So a very special place, very special spot for Tom, and this was the spot that produced that memorable moment at the 7th.
Where Matt Kuchar is not hitting his 6-iron today. He's hitting a lob wedge and just hoping to get these shots on the green today. Again, a 30-footer across the green. Kuchar's 3 under par on the day. A great start. Over to 11.
Westwood for the comebacker for par after that slick birdie putt.
Not a hard putt, just uphill, pretty straight.
Westwood stays at +6. Many thought that this would be perhaps the first major championship for him at Pebble Beach. The runner-up a couple of years ago, and the last U.S. Open played here in the state of California, back to 7.
Padraig Harrington playing alongside Kuchar. And look at all the divots on this side of the tee to get the best angle to that right hole location. Oh, he's decided to go. That's not fair.
Well, it's a little more moisture in that side of the banks there, so he hit into that bank.
Boy, he would have liked to have that shot yesterday. Back on the third, we saw Tom Watson's little chip shot from behind the green, and this is his par putt to save. There he goes, 2 putts in a row that lipped in on the low side.
Well, that's all right, Pat, as long as they go in.
We'll take that par. 3 pars for Watson. Tiger Woods and Steve Woods going from the range over to hit a few pitches and bunker shots over there on the practice area behind those stands. It's interesting to see Tiger Woods' routine. He started on the putting green, which is a long way away from the driving range, so they have to get shuttled back and forth. So Tiger starts on the putting green, goes to hit shots. Now he's going to go hit some lob wedges. Then he's going to go back to the putting green by the first tee. It's a lot of work.
It is a logistical jigsaw puzzle here just to get yourself to the first tee, which is nerve-wracking enough, Fax.
That was Rice. It is, Dan, and a lot of guys like to start the round with short shots and little chips and pitches, then progress to full shots, and Tiger started with putters.
Or you can start like 60-year-old Tom Watson and just take the 2-iron out. That's what he does in his routine. He says, if I can hit this, I can hit any of the other clubs in the bag.
Over at the 16th, Jason Gore, his second shot down the hill out of the left-hand rough. Tough hole location here today. Johnny Green slopes severely from players right to left, and with that thing up in the back right portion, there are not many shots close.
No, you want to, in this area here, you want to hit it. That's a straight putt.
And we'll move over to the 11th.
And we've got Sean McKeel and his second. A wild opening 9. It all adds up to an even first 9.
Not bad.
And a double eagle from 239 yards with a 3-iron at the 6. Sean McKeel did. That backs up nicely for.
Yeah, you can see how quick that putt is from above the hole. If it happened to hang up there, that ball had a little bit of backspin, but it was mostly gravity.
Ernie Els getting ready. Just about 15 minutes or so away from his time with Phil Mickelson. Beginning the day at even par. 2-time U.S. Open champion. Last time he won it was at Congressional in 1997, and another U.S. Open championship is on its way to the D.C. area. For tickets, go to usga.org. Course just reopened to members on Tuesday out there after all 18 of the greens were completely rebuilt.
Padraig Harrington here on the 7th with his birdie putt. Different angle than most players have had today. The putt has a double break. Breaks left and slowly back to the right. Over to 14.
And a moment ago, another example of how difficult the 14th is playing. David Duval. It's a beautiful looking wedge, but there's no stop. Even when you spin it, that ball just
can't spin it out of that rough with the new grooves, and you pay the price. If you are not in the fairway on the second shot layup, you almost can't hit this green.
And that slope is about 15 to 20 degrees. The 14th could, with all due respect to Green Day, could be a boulevard of broken dreams here come later in the day. Now Duval with his 4th. We saw Jason Gore do this earlier. No, it just doesn't.
We saw
stop.
Dustin Johnson's ball stop right there yesterday.
He did. But watch this. Just as we saw with Jason Gore a little bit earlier.
It'll actually pick up speed right now.
It's incredible.
The hardest part is you end up down there where there's a million little divots because every ball ends up pretty much in the same spot, Peter.
And the fairway's so firm down there that you really can't use a lofted club because the flange bounces and you can blade it.
You know, it's tough when you're walking after your ball, and you're farther after 2 more shots than you were in the first when you hit the layup.
Look at Dustin Johnson and any major champion. And Dustin Johnson, I would suspect would agree. You need some breaks. You need some bounces to go your way in order to put one of these titles away. And this was that uphill shot we showed you earlier at the 4th, and he pushed it a little bit, but we all know where it ended up eventually, which gave him an eagle putt that he made.
He thought it was going in the bunker. Yes, his body language, it ricocheted off that little fringe and slowed it down, put it right underneath the hole for a straight-in eagle putt.
Another example of something going his way at the 7th. Listen to him urge this one along.
Go. Go. He thought he hit it too easy.
But in the end, it worked out.
Yeah, that's a great shot, but it was softer than he wanted to hit it.
And we were just looking at all the examples at 14, and Peter Jacobsen describing all the things that went wrong. How did this hang on to this green?
It's the only ball we've seen that's now below this little hill, and it's running down all the way to the front of the green. And for some reason, it got in this little tiny spot that's supposed to pick up speed now, and it decided to, well, let's stop for the first time all week.
It was an incredible round of 66, but again, it always helps. The golfing gods are thinking about you.
Yeah, it helps. Those are some strokes saved.
Over to 7.
Kuchar with his birdie putt here, 4 under for the day. And it's got to be one of the happiest groups to follow with Kuchar and Harrington, two of the best guys to be paired with on the tour. Good luck. That's good pace. A lot of guys from there have knocked it almost off the green. Let's go to 4.
Tom Watson now for his birdie. Slips to the right. Well judged. Useful.
That's 3 putts in a row he's made that little serendipitous.
As you well know, John, experience counts a great deal here at Pebble Beach. Let's go up to 5.
On this par 3 5th, we've got the amateur Henley.
Going with a 7-iron, and this is a bit of a funnel hole location. Somebody could come close to making a hole-in-one.
And the Georgia Bulldog with a beautiful shot within birdie range again. Henley and Scott Langley, only 2 of the 10 amateurs in the field who made the cut to 10.
Jim Furyk now for his birdie. Just the 4th birdie of the day on 10, and probably going to be the only second shot you see right of this hole location today. That is tucked way in the right. Only 12 feet from the right edge of the green and only 15 feet from the lateral hazard.
Maybe you just need 2 loops in your swing to get it over there.
Let's go back to 7.
Stewart Cink, the popular tee spot on the left side. Stewart going over on the day, hitting his lob wedge.
How short was that backswing?
Oh, Johnny, that hole's playing 92 yards. Well, it's 92 yards, probably only playing 80, if that.
Well, all week long I've talked about that Pebble has 2 golf courses. You can be a 12 handicap and be really under par through 7 and thinking you're going to shoot a great score. You can see 1 through 7, 177 over. Doesn't sound too good, but take a look at 8 through 18, 1,315 over par. So
hello.
Yeah. Only 2 players are under par on the last bid. It's Tiger Woods and Dustin Johnson. So those are the only 2 guys that have really handled 8 through 18.
And it's the Cliffs of Doom, which start off that incredible stretch of 8, 9, and 10, the hardest of the bunch. This is Henley for birdie over at the 5th. Doesn't know when he wants to turn pro. Right now, he said his goals were to play well this week and make the Walker Cup team, but in his first U.S. Open with his brother Russell on the bag, they're having a dreamlike week at Pebble.
He's very aggressive with the putting. Got a great putting stroke, and he rips it in there.
He's at +7. A lot of season pros, a lot of major champions who've been out here a long, long time, not faring as well as Russell Henley.
He's the leading amateur out there, huh?
Yep. Southeastern Conference Player of the Year, Henley. And McKeel for his birdie at 11.
He's got a good putting stroke, really solid. He's got that unusual putter with the shaft in the back of the head.
Over to 5 for Tom Watson on this hole that was designed by his rival Jack Nicklaus.
With a 7-iron, just like
Got
the
a bounce.
young guys, and he needs a bounce. I would have thought that was not enough club for him. He's hitting the same club as the Limberbacks, and that wasn't even close to the right club.
Still, though, Watson 1 under in the early going today. 1 under par 70 yesterday. It was his 27th subpar round in a U.S. Open, second only to Jack Nicklaus. And you're beginning to see the grass there a little browner as the week goes on, and it kind of looks like the grass at Wimbledon.
Sink for birdie on 7. You don't think this is going to be a factor later on, do you, Johnny? Look how quick that is after the hole.
That one looked like he had a little TNT on the face.
Over to 8.
Well, this hole, you talk about 14, you talk about the Cliffs of Doom. This starts them off 8th.
I mean, 8, 9, 10 couldn't have played easier this week. These guys don't realize how tough they could have played. They've been dead downwind, playing 80 yards shorter than they could have if a little nice breeze came out of the south. So, and the wind has not changed all week, which helps the scoring. Sometimes Pebble Beach can give you 3 different wind directions in 4 days. So, all in all, the course has been presented to the players consistently and not the hardest wind direction.
Matt Kuchar just on the first cut.
Still coming out of the left, isn't it? Mostly help, a little bit out of the left. Mostly help.
Helping and out of the left. And it was a fade win for him. He's one of the guys who made the biggest swing change of anybody since he won the U.S. Amateur. Super flat swing now. Went from an upright swing to the flattest swing on tour.
And it's really worked for him. A slew of top 10s this year for Matt Kuchar.
He's probably 8 inches below his right shoulder at the top of the backswing.
Go.
11th on the money list. Worked his way up to 30th in the world.
All right.
A couple of PGA Tour wins for Kuchar, including that U.S. Amateur Championship at Cog Hill back in '97. And this is just one gorgeous sight. That cliff is being shaved down, the fairway right on the edge.
Yeah, it's the easiest fairway to hit, though, because you're just hitting, I don't know, hybrid up there or something, and it's made it play a lot easier. It's only the 8th toughest hole out here.
Yeah, middle of the pack, number 8.
Yeah, because of the wind direction. It's perfect fade wind to a fade green. 86% of the players are hitting the fairway. And look at this shot. This is a shot, the best shot we've seen all day.
To 7.
Sink has his 6-footer back up the hill here and spent a little time on the screen this morning. This is a slow putt.
I'm not so sure he thought he made that. No, I think he thought he missed it. It's like, ooh, thank you.
That's a good green to get it.
Listen to the comments. There's our tournament leader, championship leader, Dustin Johnson. Getting a well wish from Phil Mickelson.
Ah, they're buddies,
Yeah, they probably exchange a few bills together after a Tuesday.
Yeah, not during the week of the tournament. I mean, not during the tournament, though, of course.
No. Back to 5.
Tom Watson next to play. A lot of green to cover here.
Yeah, that was a missed club. There's no doubt about that. I was pretty surprised that he could hit it as far as the young guys. And saying, wow, that's a long 7-iron. And as it turned out, it should have been just a nice 6. Maybe he's figuring he was still at the British Open, where he's won 5 times, and you could hit short and run it in there, but it's not going to happen.
Speaking of that British Open at St. Andrews, just 4 weeks before the championship, Tom will be awarded with an honorary degree of Doctor of Laws, along with Arnold Palmer and Padraig Harrington for their contributions to and achievements in this game of golf. Just another great honor that goes Tom's way. That'll be done at the University of St. Andrews.
Look at this touch. Good touch. Not the greatest line, but good touch.
Chance for a par for Watson. Hoping to move up the leaderboard in the top 10. Guarantee himself a spot next year. Phil Mickelson gets it going when we come back to Pebble Beach.
Well, the pairing of Phil Mickelson and Ernie Els is about to approach the first tee. Tiger Woods, Els, and Mickelson are bunched within 2 shots of each other, which would make for a potentially compelling stretch run in and of itself, but for the fact that they all have to try and chase down Dustin Johnson, who's 5 up on Woods, 6 up on Els, and 7 in front of Mickelson. So Phil and Ernie with some work to do, and it starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1:55 starting time. From Rancho Santa Fe, California, Phil Mickelson.
And he has become a fixture in these U.S. Open Sunday settings, going off in one of the final 3 groups on Sunday for the 9th time in the last 16 U.S. Opens. Of course, has never broken through a record 5-time runner-up.
Solid strike there up the left center. It'll kick right.
Played a really good round tee to green on the first round. Couldn't make a finish at 75. Then got this putter going in the second round, 66. And then yesterday, nothing went right in a 73. Had to fight for it.
And from George, South Africa, the champion of 1994 and 1997, Ernie Els.
Speaking of runner-ups, Ernie second to Tiger on this golf course by 15 shots 10 years ago. He needs to come back from 6 shots today if he's to pull one off here.
He wants to show the world that he's not finished in his career. Today could be the day to show that.
Both of these players now 40 years old.
Big Easy!
That's a low liner. Run hard right and a good tee shot.
Yeah, it's a good start. Really good start.
We'll see how much noise Els and Mickelson can make for that final group to hear. So just 2 pairs remaining to tee off here in this final round.
And they cannot afford to have anything but a blistering start, those two, Mickelson and Els.
And while all that was happening, Watson for par at 5.
Make it up. Make it up.
Stays a 1 under on the round, plus 5. Over at the 8th, Matt Kuchar for par.
Fast putt. He's a great putter. Oh man, he pushed it.
That is fast going by.
Yeah, he pushed it. He got that putt will scare anybody, but he didn't hit a good putt.
Up at 11, champion from Oakmont, Angel Cabrera.
Got that nice loose swing. That's his swing, and that might come back.
A single birdie for Cabrera on this Sunday, plus 10 for the championship. 2 over on his round and over to the second.
Where Davis Love has a chance for a birdie 3. 21st appearance in this championship for Davis. Big swing left here. Oh, looks good. Just slides in. So nice start for Davis Love. Of course, the runner-up back in '96, and who can forget the 3-putt on the 72nd green that lost him a chance to tie for the championship that year.
Yeah, Love jumped 49 spots yesterday with his 68.
Great look at the putting green with world #1 Tiger Woods in the background and championship leader Dustin Johnson in the foreground. As we go to the 8th.
And Matt Kuchar coming back for his 5. First drop shot for him. Still 2 under round going for Kuchar.
Usually has a fantastic attitude. A lot of smiles.
14.
Well, we've seen a lot of disasters here on 14, but the amateur out of University of Illinois, Scott Langley, he shows everybody how to do it. Beautiful wedge shot to 5 feet and a birdie to get him back to 9 over for the championship, just 1 over for the day.
And he's fighting for low amateur honors.
Back to 1.
Dottie Pepper is with this 3rd to last group.
And Ernie Els' second shot of 137 yards straight downwind.
That's correct, Michael. The one you've got in your hand.
Johnny, that's not the hardest location that's ever been. I'll tell you that. That's right where you want to hit it. A lot of times you hit it there whether you like it or not.
We'll say the firmness of the golf course, though, it makes it very close, difficult to get to front hole locations.
Well, this one does
take
hold,
a chance.
Though. This one will hold if you hit on that upslope. You see the ball will take one hop and bite underneath the hole. Great birdie chance, just really an inside the right edge hole putt, so he should have a good chance to make that. That's a good start, Dottie.
Wouldn't that be something if Ernie Els could get going here?
Yeah, that's a good visualization for Phil to know that if he hits just on the front edge, one hop bite.
In the hole!
Just doesn't roll too much if he hit that upslope. It's makeable.
Well, second to last group. We'll tee off when we come back, and that will feature Tiger Woods. Mickelson just short of the green up the first for birdie.
It's slower than it looks. He's got to crawl up pretty good till about 4 feet onto the green, then it turns right. Looks good.
It is.
That's what the doctor ordered right there.
Exactly the kind of start he needed. Unexpected, though, as that ball trickled back off the green.
Wow, that thing was chucking when it went in. That was like, yeah. That's just what he needed.
Now Ernie Els, after it quiets down just a bit.
Hit it firm enough, Ernie. Hit it firm enough. That's where you need a caddy says, make sure you hit this a foot harder than you want to. It's slow.
So Mickelson heeding the advice, get it early at Pebble Beach, and he just drops one in to get back within 6.
Very nice.
Over at 11, we saw Angel Cabrera's approach.
Very fast.
Just touching it. Great touch. Back to +9. We go back to the tee at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:05 starting time from La Rochelle, France. Gregory Hevray, play away, please.
First U.S. Open for Havre. Last time a player won in his very first U.S. Open try, 1913. Francis Ouimet. That is what kind of history faces Havre in trying to pull off as a qualifier and as a 391st ranked player in the world. Those are the odds stacked against him. But he's in the second to last group.
And he can putt. Only one player outside the top 200 has ever won a major with Ben Curtis, ranked 396th at the time at the 2003 British Open.
And from Windermere, Florida, the champion in 2000, 2002, and 2008, Tiger Woods.
He's been getting a lot of nice support this week, but Tiger Woods, you heard it before, you'll hear it again. He's never come back to win a major championship. 14 total, looking for number 15 here at Pebble.
It's a good one here up the left-hand side.
Well, it's the first time that Tiger as a pro has entered the U.S. Open without winning sometime during the year prior to June, mid-June, and of course he's gone through a lot of problems, but people are starting to accept him. I think they're say, okay, all that other stuff hopefully is behind him, and we're going to start pulling for him again.
Up ahead to 2.
Mickelson launching a driver. Picking the tee up quickly. That's usually a good sign. And he's hit 3-wood here the last couple of days, but not today. Look at the length of this. That is past the crosswalk. That's going to leave a sand wedge second shot.
That has got to be closing in on 400 yards or something.
Way down there as we go to the fourth.
Martin Keimer now with the driver. Coming off a birdie on 3.
Well, that's a big backswing.
He starts it down the left side, cutting it back. Looks like it. Oh, what a great bounce.
How did it do that?
Look at this.
How did it get over that bunker on the, what was it, second or third bounce?
Wow, that was a great break. But you need that. You need those kind of breaks. Let's go back to 2.
Yells off the tee.
Looks like it sets up for a little cut, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Johnny, take it just off the bunker down the left-hand side. And that's exactly what Ernie did. On the right side of the fairway, good position, but about 40 yards behind Phil Mickelson. As we move to the par 5 6th, and Watson with his 3rd.
Tough to get the right distance out of this rough.
Yeah, very much so. If you carry it onto the green, chances are it's going to race by. The only shots I've seen close from over there are landed short of the green.
And coming up over the bridge, down to the tee at 1. Dustin Johnson. Can he hang on to a 3-shot lead, win his first major championship, and make it a U.S. Open at Pebble Beach?
He's sort of a cool customer. 7 out of the last 11 54-hole leaders in the U.S. Open have gone on to win. He's got that going for him. But, he needs a good start. He needs to get to 2, no worse than even par. I think otherwise he'll start doubting himself.
And his father here with him, his younger brother Austin here, little friend Amanda. They're all hoping to celebrate with Dustin on the Monterey Peninsula later on today. Tiger at the first. We talked about it. The only time he didn't pull it off was at the PGA Championship. Y.E. Yang came back to beat him.
Most players through 3 holes are under par. Tiger is +4 on 1, 2, and 3, which is crazy because 1's a birdie hole and 3 is definitely a birdie hole. 2 is not. 2 is the toughest hole in the front 9.
He has really had trouble, Johnny, with the beginning of this course. This is just 145 now.
Get the right distance coming out of that rough.
It was a good lie, just right of the flag. Needs to get down.
And just he basically pays the price for coming out of the rough, though downwind. The ball just topped 3 times.
He's produced only 2 wins from that 5-shot deficit going into the final round on tour. One of them came right here at Pebble Beach back in 2000. The other was at Bay Hill. As you look at Hubbray.
This is sort of the double whammy for him, having a chance to win the U.S. Open out of 391 in the world and then playing with Tiger Woods. You talk about after this, nothing will bother him.
I talked to him a little bit before the round, Johnny, and he's actually quite looking forward to it.
That's what they all say.
Okay, this from 126, a little low draw.
Again nicely. Again nicely. Nice shot. Well done.
Pure.
It was nice, and it was well done. Good, calm start for the Frenchman.
With the 6th, Watson for a birdie 4. Is it firm enough? Oh, just runs out of speed. Go back to the 2nd. And we'll take a look at the 2nd. 505-yard par 4, or excuse me, 502-yard. And we see the 2 tee shots. Phil Mickelson, as we thought, Johnny, approaching 400 yards, 393 yards off the tee, some 38 yards longer than Ernie Els.
Longest drive I've ever seen on that hole is right there.
Well, Donnie, when you drive the ball down where these guys have, all of a sudden it becomes a birdie hole.
Well, it certainly is, and a helping win for Ernie with his 2nd. Now, this is back where some mere sort of mortals play, Gary.
Was 166, something like that. Really only have to carry it about 150 yards in the air.
Yeah, just a smidge more than that. Can't imagine this is any more than an 8-iron.
Go a little. Go!
Really gets a nice bounce, a beautiful bounce. That's a good place to putt from. Uphill, left to right breaking putt.
Two well hit approach shots in a row on 1 and 2. Didn't make the putt at 1, but good shot.
We talked about
Only
Phil's tee
important
shot
number is 120.
being through the crosswalk. It's in fact 13 yards past the crosswalk and on the upslope going toward the Barranca area.
That's a crazy drive right there. That's all that conditioning and working out for Phil and getting the clubs just right is paying off, Gary.
Yeah, he's not afraid to swing hard with the driver too. A beautiful approach in here in the second round.
What kind of bounce was that?
Ball bounced left on. They were looking for the right hand kick. Not bad. No, it's not bad at all. Certainly makeable from there. And Ernie Els is going to love it. They'll get a very nice look at the line. Move over to the 16th. And Sergio Garcia's third shot. This is speedy straight down the hill. That's one way to stop it.
Nice
Garcia to 9 over par.
Well, this was earlier from that thick stuff, the tall fescue around the bunker at the 4th. And how about that one? You got a touch, and then you got one that's absolutely traveling at great speed. So they come in all types and forms here. Chip-ins for Garcia. Tiger now at the first with a pretty slick one.
It is very slick. A lot of times players tend to underestimate the pitch of this first green. It's from back to front.
Surely not a putt you can expect to make, Mark.
No, you just don't want a 3-putt.
But you never know with Tiger.
That's going to hang up there.
Well, you have to putt it uphill the first half before it turns left, and so it's got sort of 2 shots in a row. They're head scratchers. The second shot and the third.
There's 1 through 3 plus 4.
Yeah, it's inexplicable that he's had that kind of start, because one's not that tough, easy fairway to hit with a layup.
Well, he bogeyed 2 of the first 3 yesterday as we send it back to 1.
Gentlemen, good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:15 starting time. From Portrush, Northern Ireland, Graham McDowell.
Second straight day he's played alongside the long-hitting Dustin Johnson, but as Dustin Johnson has said, he will play his game, so will Graham McDowell.
The hybrid. Pretty far back in the stance.
Oh, this is a beauty. Starts down the left center, cutting just a little bit.
Yeah, that's a garden spot.
And from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Dustin Johnson.
Well, by far the longest player here, Dustin Johnson, with the 2 wins already at Pebble, 3 PGA Tour career wins. Just getting going on the most important day of his young career. Turns 26 on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Just going down the right, caught it a little thin, I think, John.
Yeah, he did. He came out of that, and that's not, well, he got away with it. It kicked left. It never kicks left there, and it did. Leaves himself in the first cut there. Good break.
Up to the green. Delicate little par attempt here, Mark, for Tiger.
Very delicate here. And it will turn to his left.
And that first putt was one of the worst putts I've ever seen Tiger hit.
Prior to Tiger's attempt, this was Ray's birdie try.
Looks pretty good, but
yes,
nice start.
And so after Mickelson birdies it, second-ranked player in the world, the top-ranked player Tiger bogeys it. So he falls back to even, quickly 6 off of Dustin Johnson's 6-under number. Speaking of Mickelson at the second.
He's got a very makeable birdie putt. Does turn pretty hard from left to right. Looks good. Right over the top edge. Head to 4.
The 25-year-old German European Tour player Martin Keimer now for his eagle. That would have been a fantastic jump start to his round. Already 1 under for the day. Back to 2.
L's putting on virtually the identical line as Mickelson.
Only like 6 inches outside left.
There we go. So he needed the putt a little bit more like he did in the second round when he shot 68. That's a good start. So Wells to 1 under par, just 5 off the lead.
It's good to be in a group that both players are under par after 2. Also, it sort of has good karma in the group.
Final pair making their way up to their second shots at the first.
Roger, I'm not sure how Dustin Johnson's ball kicked left, but and not right, but that was a good break there to get in the lighter stuff.
Tremendous break, Johnny, and you know, if the ball kicks just even straight, it could be underneath the tree here, just immediately to his right.
Yes, sir. So good shape now, good angle.
His trusty caddy, Bobby Brown, who looped at Pebble Beach here for a number of years. Now his regular caddy. There is a look at the greens in regulation. Dustin Johnson, and if you get that combination of power and accuracy like Dustin Johnson has, first in GIRs, and again, when you get it out there that far, you get a better chance of hitting the greens because he's got such shorter irons to come in with.
Yeah, he's hitting 74% of the greens, which is really strong at the U.S. Open, no doubt about that. And the amazing thing, he's averaging 318 off the tee, but he's hitting 69% of the fairways, which is crazy good.
Up ahead at the second.
Tiger off the tee.
Gary's had a chance to hit the shot left off this tee, but not this one. This is a low bullet.
He's bogeyed the whole 2 of the opening 3 rounds. He had been hitting 3 woods off this tee as well, and now with the driver, that one way down there past the crosswalk. So just a wedge left from there as we go back to the first.
Graham McDowell, Roger.
Well, 128 left here.
Yeah.
Wind helping the players at their back and maybe going a little bit to the right. Mostly straight down, though.
Want to hit it just on the front edge, Roger, and it'll take 1 hop almost hole high and bite.
It's online.
Yeah. Huge hop, Roger. I don't know why I did that.
117, 125. 117, 125.
I think he's a little surprised. I think he got a sort of a bad break there. Hit something hard, a little compacted area.
Right now, I got to touch up the left. Yeah.
Now Johnson, 124, like you said, good lie. It's just right of the hole.
The ocean and the flat.
That's smart leave. It's not a great shot, but good shot.
Up ahead to 3.
Let's look from the tee here on the 404-yard par 4. Dottie taking driver out.
It took driver. Ernie Els already in play, Peter.
I'll tell you what, that looks bad. There is no way he's going to be able to get that to the green. Take a look from the pro tracer, trying to hit a big cut here. And you can see how that ball started to draw. He really needed to kind of slice that over the tree to get the angle into this back center hole location.
Mickelson will not like what he sees when he gets there. Today's aerial footage, great to look at, provided by MetLife with strength and security. MetLife can help you tackle whatever comes your way with guarantees for the if in life.
Well, the good news for Mickelson, he is left-handed, and that makes the stance a lot better than if he was right.
over at 17. See a couple of hole outs by Garcia. This was a moment ago, his second.
He's having to scramble an awful lot. Look at this.
How about
Another one.
How about it?
Almost the third hole out.
Back over to 5 for Martin Kaymer in his second. +2 right now. Currently the top player that is over the par. Just moved up a little notch again. 3 in a row for Kaymer, the 12th ranked player in the world.
And he's got a shot at it, maybe.
+1, 7 behind. And we go to the first for a couple of birdie attempts here, Roger.
McDowell will be first to putt, and this is a speedy one, John. We'll move to his left. When you just want to cruise down this slope.
Yes. The hardest thing about this green I've noticed over the years is, you know, you have this pretty big right to left, and the thing you don't factor in is that the first part, you're actually sort of hitting it up the hill, and it kills it. That's what happened to Tiger. Is you have to know that this one's not quite as much, but you do have to hit it a little up the hill before it actually starts going back down.
First in the field in putting average, McDowell has been.
How much break, Roger?
It'll go a little left, John.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go as much up as Tiger. He's aiming out there pretty far.
Just like Tiger, he leaves it short.
It's sort of that, you know, you don't factor that in. That little putt up the hill, you think it's all downhill. It's not.
All week long, Dustin Johnson's caddy, Bobby Brown, has been telling everybody that his man is a flatliner, does not get nervous. Last night, I asked Dustin Johnson if he gets nervous.
I get nervous. I just might not show it. But it's a good nervous. It's not bad. It's, you know, if I didn't get nervous, I think I'd start to worry about it. But, you know, I think even Tiger said one time, the first time I'm not nervous when I step on the first tee is when I quit playing golf. But, you know, it means so much to us, and we work so hard that you got to feel some nerves. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
Mentions Tiger a lot. He's one of Tiger's practice playing partners. Played with him on Monday, as we mentioned earlier. Also played with him at the Memorial. And Tiger, as much as anybody, is in awe of what this guy can do in a golf course.
There it is, big putt. Slow. Everybody's a little nervous. He said, though, the more confidence you have, the easier it is to overcome your nerves.
I'll agree with that.
Over at the second, Tiger ready with his second shot.
And a good opportunity to be aggressive here, Gary.
Habre has already played his second on to the green. Here gets a big hop and a little past the hole, so that'll leave a right to left breaking putt. See Habre's ball just short as we go to the third.
Bernie Els from the right in the center of the fairway, Dottie.
137 yards, Brad. Wind straight from the right.
Hole location here is back 23, and there's a little ridge on the right that can, on the left, that can bring it to the right. You don't want to go over it. That'll be a fairly good chance for a birdie there. Up the hill with a little left to right breaker. Over to 1.
McDowell for the par. Back to 3.
What's he got, Dottie?
He's got a shot. He has to get up extraordinarily fast, but still keep his base pretty solid because of the length of the shot. It's a good contact, Brad, and a really good line.
That is fantastic.
Well, you did a Rossi, Brad.
I said there was no way. I forgot he was lefty, Johnny.
It helped being left-handed, but that was a heck of a shot.
Well, yesterday in that round, even in that 73, Mickelson said he made, in his words, some ridiculous up and downs. This would maybe top the list.
It hit the grass coming out. He caught the fescue coming out of the shot on the lip, but it went right through it, no problem.
Only Phil, Johnny, an uphill line with a sand wedge. It's hard to catch those cleanly, and he seemed to draw it in there.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot.
And he used that little ridge on the back of the green to make it go even closer. Here's another look. Little inside swing. You can try to draw it. Sometimes it makes it shallower and easier to hit it out of the bunker. Look how high that ball starts. Gets over that fescue, which is 3 feet long. Let's go over to 8.
And this is Russell Henley for a birdie. This was a moment ago.
He's made a lot of putts this week.
Just don't think he's excited. Third birdie in the last 4 holes. Sandwiched around the double that he made at 7. But he's back to +1 on the round. Yeah, that's what it feels like to be an amateur and make the cut in the U.S. Open. And
doing more than that, too.
Playing well, yep.
Second hole, boy, this is a tough hole. Like Gary said, Gary, you missed this fairway. It's big trouble.
Exactly. Throughout the championship, the cost of the USGA keeps a stat, cost of rough, and it's been like more than half a stroke if you fail to hit the fairway. Bunker down the left is new from the year 2000, and the bunker down the right has been moved over to the left to be brought more into play. It's not an easy tee shot. Down the right side, skirts the right bunker, and just fine. Move up to the green, and Gregory Havre with his chance for back-to-back birdies to get the round started. Back to the right a little bit at the hole. Firm enough. Back to the tee, and Dustin Johnson, as he's done all week, with a driver.
Pick that tee up quick. Nice one. This is big.
Left side, absolutely perfect. You can see the slope in the fairway from left to right. Very well done. And up at the green. You just get the sense that needs to make this one and get back on track quickly here.
This would definitely help. It's not the easiest putt to read. It's definitely going to break pretty hard to his left. It's not overly quick, though, because it's back into the wind, and the back part of this green is really pretty flat. A little downhill.
Button to a spot, not the hole. Weak putts.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic, that's for sure, as we go to 3.
Phil has his birdie putt dying. Did he get any help from Ernie's line?
He did, in fact, Brad, and both overread it.
Boy, he took a long time to read that putt, and it was one of those you rarely get here at Pebble Beach. Uphill with a little bit of break. And Phil Mickelson will tap that in for a par. Dustin Johnson on top by 3 at Pebble Beach.
There's what's at stake here at Pebble Beach. 78 different names on that U.S. Open Championship trophy. Graham McDowell trying to put one on for Northern Ireland for the very first time. He trails by 3 at the second.
Has driven it nicely in the right side of the fairway, so leaves a very good angle into the green, Roger.
It is one.
Yeah, it's a good one in a minute, but it's still a club. It's nothing else. Still there, that little bit of help, you know.
The wind helping a little bit, and to the right.
Slide.
This ball skirting at the left side, gets a hard hop.
Hit it.
Oh!
Gary, I ask a little question for you. You know how big it is for a European to win the British Open? Don't you think if someone from Great Britain win the United States Open, it would actually even be bigger as far as publicity, because it's been since 1970 Tony Jacklin since any European has won.
would be a huge feat, no question, as we watch Dustin Johnson.
That's from 165. This is kind of misplayed to the right. Then again.
2 out of 3 shots the same way. Came out of the drive on one and out of that one there.
Up to 4.
Ernie Els on the tee with the driver. 1 under for the championship, trying to make something happen right now. Stay left.
No.
Not a bad position there. You see the whole location, the back right today.
Because if it goes through, it won't be by mine. Marshall.
Now Phil.
When it's helping you, touch left to right.
Tee is back today. Some 20 yards from yesterday. Players were reaching it with fairway woods and long irons.
What's that opening, like 30 feet wide?
It's about,
That's a 3-wood that he's trying to move in from the left.
Kick!
Needs a kick.
Kick to the right.
What a roller coaster ride. Great shot out of the fairway bunker at 3. Misses the putt. Now he hits it on the green at 4. Wow.
Back on the 3rd, Tiger Woods. The 3-wood here. Dog leg left. Oh, he did that in the 1st round too. A low snap and hook.
And there are some. The average rough down there is over a foot high. If that ball went down there, the rough is knee high.
Here's the Pro Tracer. Watch this.
Look at that.
Oh, wow. Never got in the air.
Man, what a shot.
We didn't see any swings like that yesterday.
That's a Sunday Reddy doesn't want to see.
Well, there is an opening there, but
Johnny, he's lucky to find that ball. That's the thickest rough on the course.
well, especially down in the brink, it's even longer. But this has got to be over a foot high, the rough. And I don't know how wispy it is.
Roger.
Well, I couldn't get a look at the lie. It's just hanging in the grass, this long fescue just above the bunker, and this all gnarled and twisted and laying down now. But I don't know if he's going to be able to hit it right-handed. I think he's looking at it like he's going to try to hit it left-handed. Wow. This is a terrible lie. I couldn't see it, and I was right on top of it.
Well, this could be almost the championship going the wrong direction, starting right here. Didn't take much time once he got over it.
3-3.
Rolf, has he got anything here?
It is a narrow opening. He's got a chance.
175 yards.
Oh boy, Brad, this is something else. Right toward the green, very high, maybe short. But he got it out. I can't believe that was a terrific shot from there.
That was the loudest I've ever heard Tiger yell. He runs it out of there.
It's amazing he had an opening, though. That's just really fortunate.
He'd have the chance to get it up and down from there, too. That's a good spot to be after that drive. Wow. Back to 2.
Dustin Johnson now playing his 4th. And Roger, he's rehearsing a very long swing with wide open club face. Is it necessary to play that type of shot?
Went right underneath the ball and
Johnny,
hit the hosel. Look at this. He's not taking any time. His caddy needs to say, okay, it's time to back down.
Yeah, and he said it earlier that sometimes he has a tendency to get playing too quickly.
Wow, that's good recovery, though.
And that was a good recovery, but he said, I'm going to have to force myself to slow down. So he's got that left for a double bogey, and all of a sudden, this is just what you don't want to do.
That was almost whiffed, but a touch of hosel got there to help him.
He just went right underneath it. The ball just didn't appear that he had to play this type of shot. It's a very risky shot. You can see, I mean, the ball just goes straight up in the air. It doesn't go anywhere.
A little to the right, yeah.
Over at the 3rd with Tiger. And let's listen to the effort put into this. I guess that's where all that working out pays off, Johnny.
Yeah, it sounds like a Sharapova swing.
Ernie Els over at the fourth, Dottie, out of that front right bunker.
An absolutely perfect lob here, dead flat. No one's been in this area all day. I think if he lands it halfway back to the hole, let it run downwind, he's done a great job.
Hard to spin it out of these bunkers, so this should be to his advantage. Nicely played.
Always been a great bunker player, Peter.
Back to 2.
Graham McDowell's birdie putt. Big swing from right to left. Those, Johnny, the first part back up into the hill, and then once it starts turning left, it's running away. So, work left there. Up to 3.
Tiger's looking over his third shot from just in the heavy rough, Mark.
It's a pretty good line. He's happy now. And walking up here, he asked me where the ball had went. He never saw it, so it's amazing that it got out to here. It's got a nice angle, Brad. I mean, a real good, solid chance to save par now.
You can see from the angle behind Tiger here how the slope is from the left to the right, right above his head, down towards the flag. He's got to start a little left of the flag. And not bad from where he hit that tee shot. I'm sure he was thinking, I'd love a 10-footer for par. Up to 4.
Now back at the fourth, Dottie. He's got a running down this hill.
Absolutely. It will definitely have some pace to it, and he got his yardage book out quite quickly. Consulted on the notes that he'd made during the practice rounds.
You got your earmuffs on if this goes in.
Feel the thrill. Wow. Should move a little to his right.
Correct.
Looked to me like he hit that knowing he was going to make it. Back to 2.
Dustin Johnson for the double bogey 6. Graham McDowell was able to make his putt for a par to remain at 3 under. Oh. Well, I tell you what, Johnny, he was saying he doesn't get nervous that often. I bet he's nervous right now.
I tell you what, I don't even think his brain is working at the moment.
No.
That is, he's just shell shocked from the break at the second shot, and then the fourth shot.
Sooner or later, you
really
know what's
rattled
coming,
him.
though, in a U.S. Open. Your inside swirly says he gets nervous, but you can imagine.
I don't believe he had any more than wedge left to the green.
That is a triple bogey 7. And now, all of a sudden, tied for the lead with McDowell, and a lot of players right in it as we go to the fourth.
Ernie Els now to get to within 1. 2 under on today's round.
And when these guys see that leaderboard, they're going to get a surge of adrenaline like, whoa, I am really in this thing now.
As they say in major championships, you just wait for somebody to make mistakes.
That was a triple gift.
They will not see a leaderboard, though, until, I believe, the 6th hole, so they won't quite have an idea until they get greenside a hole and a half ahead.
You see Phil practicing with his forward hand or his right hand.
Funny, Peter, he was making 2 strokes that way at the start of the round, the first 2 holes. Now just 1.
He's pulled the last 2 putts. Pulled the last 3 putts.
Well, that is a dagger to the heart there after driving the 4th green. 3 putting for a par.
He had a putt, Peter, that might have put him within 1 of Dustin Johnson had he made the eagle. Instead, he walks off and still 3 behind, despite the triple made by Dustin Johnson at the 2nd to 6.
Davis Love's second shot on the way here at the par 5. We've already seen 3 eagles and a double eagle today. Davis Love plays a beauty. We'll have that putt to get to +1 for the championship. Back to the 3rd.
Tiger Woods here on 3 for his par. Rolf?
Nice flat putt, Brad, from about 10 feet.
And that's the Tiger Woods we're used to seeing making putts after 2 tentative putts on the first 2 holes. Back on the tee, Roger. McDowell.
Driver in hand. He's hit it very, very high. This now playing back into the wind. I would think on this line this would be good.
What a beautiful shot.
Absolutely perfect. Lands softly and great angle into the green here. Now Dustin Johnson, I'll tell you what, that flat line is vertical right now. There is no way he doesn't have some extra heartbeats going, Johnny.
Well, he's just got to get back to business and hit some shots. He's missed several shots.
And Roger, this driver's an aggressive play.
He's taking it up and across everything on the left, and obviously it's blocked from our view.
Wow.
The game plan hasn't changed.
Oh, hard to tell where that ended up, but that is left. Carried over the TV tower there on behind 16. From the blimp, Johnson can see he's aiming well left of where the tee's pointing. High, that goes over the trees. There's that dead pine there on the corner.
Well, it's near the 16th green.
Yeah, and there's a hazard behind the 16th green. That could not be very good at all. As we watch the swing here, and this is what happens when you get a little quick. That ball turns to the left a little faster than you're looking for. We've documented the left wrist position. The club face is closed. Backswing a little longer than we've seen. And the right hand, it releases a little sooner than
there's nothing like U.S. Open pressure, Gary. Boy,
Johnny, you talked about it at the top of the show, and this young man is feeling it right now. Go over to the 5th.
Ernie Els with the leader continuing to be unrattled here.
If you hit a good shot here, it likes to end up close to the hole. This is an easy hole location with a hard green. It wants to end up right by the flag, but this is not a good spot right here. This is not where you want to hit it because the green runs away from that angle.
We'll be working on 2 birdies in the last 3 holes to get it to 2 under, 1 back. And Dustin Johnson could come back to the field even further at the 3rd to the 4th.
On the tee, Gregory Havre looking around, thinking about maybe taking the driver, but he's got a long iron.
He's going to have to wait, Peter, for a shot over here at 17.
While they wait, let's go up to 5.
Mickelson now within 3.
Hang in there.
This shot is either good or not good. It's like if you hit it in the slot there, you're good, and if you don't, you got a tough par. That didn't miss by much. Just a foot or 2 left. I would have kicked onto the green.
Back to 4.
Mark, I think this is a smart place. 1 under for the day, 1 under for the championship.
Beautiful action. He really does. Very simple, Peter. Not a lot of excess movement. And really looks very solid thus far. Tiger, you'll remember, hit it in the greenside bunker with an iron yesterday, but I don't think he can do that today. The wind's not nearly as strong or as much behind. It's from the left right now.
Well, John, anytime you can get to a short club in your hand, I think anywhere in the U.S. Open, you do it.
I think so. This is a gambly hole. So Phil hit it.
This is not good.
This is the same shot he hit on the last tee, right? Sort of stopped the handle, kicked the head.
And he caught that pot bunker, which is about 4 feet deep. And that's going to be a difficult second. Let's bring in Roger.
Well, the drive of Dustin Hoffman is well left of the fairway and behind and left. Excuse me, Dustin Johnson left of the 16th green and behind, and they're not sure if it's in a hazard or not. They believe it's probably in there, but no one is for sure, and they have yet to find the ball.
Back where you're supposed to be, Graham McDowell, 127 yards. Just a little wedge. Trying to draw it in there. keep it to the right of this hole, you have your best chance. Oh, and he got lucky to get it out of the heavy rough. Fairly straightforward putt from there. A little bit longer than he would have liked after that perfect drive.
Well, we're seeing, folks, colossal collapse by Dustin.
You're seeing things that don't happen on any other day except the final round. Usually. And Mickelson from the rough. Chance to save his par and remain it even. And remain 3 back.
See if he can get his putter going again.
Search continues for Dustin Johnson's ball.
Now, if they're looking in there, you know, you're not going to be able to do anything anyway. So I always try to look at least where I might have some kind of shot.
Here's a look for Ernie at the 5th, Donnie.
A very, very speedy bunker shot. Interestingly, on the way up to the green here.
Wide, please.
Jim Mackay asked me what someone had made a triple. Who was it? So with this digital stuff that's out here, these headsets that the gallery, many of them are wearing, the news travels fast.
This is almost impossible to get it anything but the edge of the green. It goes away a lot more than you think, this shot right here, the green.
You could take a chance landing on the first cup. That's a chance. Really well done.
Yeah, that's about as good as you can do. That is excellent. That part of the green doesn't have quite as much runaway as the middle of it.
So both Ernie and Mickelson trying to hang on to pars at 5, ahead to 6.
Davis Love for an eagle 3 to move to just +1. Slips in the side, the 46-year-old who had to go through 36 holes of qualifying to get into his 21st U.S. Open, finds himself now just 4 shots off the lead. Dustin Johnson still looking for his ball at the 3rd, and
a lot of luck on your left.
With McDowell will probably not be there. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Dustin Johnson surrounded by USGA officials.
Is there a rover back?
We've got one with us here at 18.
16
David
green
Fay,
that
can you
give us a
tell
ride
us
back
what's
to
going on
TP?
with Dustin?
Well, first of all, the question now hinges on that lateral water hazard and the virtual certainty that it's in the lateral water hazard, and just because it looks like it's going toward it, you need a lot of evidence, and there isn't enough evidence. So what's happened is he's now dealing with it as a lost ball. They're probably going to find a rover who has a cart and take him back to the tee, stroke and distance. And there's a decision, of course, on that 26-1/1, and you have to have the old word was the preponderance of evidence, but known or virtually certain is the key word, key phrase now.
Well, what you're seeing right now is the equivalent of getting knocked down on the canvas. Shocking developments for Johnson after a triple at the 2nd. Previous to that, what's going on at 3-4?
Tiger out of that pot bunker, Mark. While we were away, Tiger played that shot.
Well, he certainly hit it straight. He's got it in a pretty good spot now, and he has taken the heavy sweater off with the lighter one on. He was definitely not happy with the tee shot. Almost felt like he was being restricted with his swing or something.
He's got to give this a wrap to get it all the way back to that hole location.
Needs to slide a little bit. That's pretty good. And he did not take a look at the leaderboard over there before tee. He heard all the groans on the 3rd green when they changed Johnson's score, but he did not look at the board.
Back to 5.
This was a moment ago. Ernie Els's par attempt to stay 1 back. Sand save for Ernie. You see Mickelson's mark there. His putt for par. Big putts for both of these players in the 3rd to last group. Els stays within 1 and Mickelson stays within 3. And you know one of those 3 under numbers is coming off the board because of the problems that Johnson is having at 3. And word has begun to circulate around Pebble Beach just how much closer these stars have crept toward Dustin Johnson in this final group.
And Dustin's got to worry about a triple, you know, Gary.
Well, that's a very real possibility, John. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he does here when he goes back to the tee, and it looks as though he's going conservative.
Where's it need to come out of the air?
Well, he hasn't done this all week.
Yeah, he seems like he's taking a lot more time now to discussing the yardage. He's got to.
He's asking for different lines to take from his caddy.
Exactly. This could be a hybrid or maybe a 3-wood. This will be well right at that last shot.
There you go.
That's way too far in.
Pitches into the middle of the 2 bunkers. Let's go over to 4.
Havre now for his birdie.
From about 8 feet. Peter left to right up the hill.
Just lost its speed and played it a little too high. Back to 6.
Yeah, Tim Clark has this for an eagle 3. This would move him to +1. Out of it. What an opportunity missed there. Great second shot up the hill. Shake of the head as we go ahead to 7.
Davis Love, his putt for birdie. He's made up 6 shots, started the day 10 back, now within 4 to get within 3. Quick putt, very little movement. Back to 4.
Tiger for his par.
Peter, 10 years ago, Tiger did not miss a putt of this length the entire week in the U.S. Open, and he can't afford to miss any now. Well, especially the ones for pars.
We've seen some sloppy short game play from Tiger this week, Mark. He 3-putted the first.
This has got some break to the left, so he needs to make certain he's been listening to Johnny and hit it high enough.
Well, he didn't listen to John. He usually turns the sound down when John's talking anyway.
Well, the most recent development concerning Dustin Johnson, they in fact did find the golf ball.
Not in. No, it's not 15 seconds.
Missed it by a matter of seconds, David Fay, outside the 5-minute time frame that you have to look for ball.
The 5-minute begins when the player and his or his caddy begin search. They finally did find the ball, but it was after the 5 minutes were up.
15 seconds, did I hear, or 19 seconds?
19 seconds, yep.
Well, earlier we were talking about how Dustin was getting some breaks. They don't seem to be going his way right now at all. Self-inflicted, most of it, but if you could get inside of his head or be his caddy right now, Johnny, what would you tell him?
Slow down and say you played great golf. You had a little 15-20 minute hiccup, and let's get back to playing good golf. You're still in great shape.
Tied for the lead in the Open. He's got to lose some here.
Over that bunker.
I mean, he's probably going to be 2 back if he hits a good shot here. But you got to get
That's
back
about
to
12 dart right there.
Hit the
It's
fairway.
going to be
hit the
118
green.
to you, 118, 129. I gotta go. I'm picking up some help too, though.
On a good lie in the bunker. Not the best of angles playing from this right-hand side, certainly.
Hit it cleanly.
Be good, honey.
Got that close.
He got it solid. It's a little bit right of the hole. Nice shot.
Maybe you can save bogey.
Over at the 6th. Good view of what the players see. Playing up the slope. Phil Mickelson went for the green in 2 and put it in the right green side bunker. Wells getting ready with his second, Dottie.
And really reaping the reward for a really aggressive tee shot. Just 203 yards left. Went with driver off the tee.
Just a par 4 from here, Dottie.
You bet. Breeze is coming in from the right. This starts right turning.
Well, she'll get it back, kick back to the right, though, off the slope, and this is going to be really good. And Wells is going to have a very comfortable putt for an eagle 3.
He's playing like he wants that third open.
Yes, he is. Let's take a look at this par 5-6. That's 523 yards. Tee shot is downhill. Fairway's been moved over to the right to bring the cliff into play. 5 bunkers up the left-hand side. Pinch it in. The farther down you go, then the second shot played uphill, blind to the green, some 34 feet. Hole location today over on the front right portion of the green, and we've seen a double eagle and 4 eagles on the hole already today. Easiest hole on the golf course in this championship so far. As we go to the 5th.
Gregory Havre with a 7-iron. 2 behind.
He's got a good golf swing. He's only had 1 top 10 on the European Tour in the last 10 months. So it's a really Cinderella story. I mean, big time Cinderella story.
He's had a couple of impressive victories on impressive golf courses. Loch Lomond, Glen Eagles, won in a playoff over Mickelson, but this is a totally different animal today. To 3.
McDowell's long putt. A little bit short, but straight in from there. He had a long wait.
Yeah, that's not easy to do.
Was about to officially become the leader of the U.S. Open by himself again, thanks to what is transpiring with his playing competitor. Back at 5, Tiger.
I think
he needs to turn it around. 2 bogeys in the first 4 holes.
Well, most balls pitch forward and run, but Tiger with that spinning ball and the good strike stops on a dime.
Back to 3.
Dustin Johnson has his putt here now for a bogey, and Roger, you gotta think he needs to slow down, like you said, and take some deep breaths.
Yeah, just collect yourself a little bit. Now this is, I think, a huge putt for him from a lot of respects. One that I think will help calm the butterflies, because this thing now is really spinning out of control.
This is where the experience of a great caddy can help you. Bobby Brown's a local guy, but he better be a psychologist too.
He does caddy for him full time now.
Johnny, this should break a little bit left.
All the bad things are coming out in a short amount of time, Roger. Well, that would have been quite a 5, though.
Over to 6.
Mickelson's 3rd shot here at par 5.
That was the hardest shot he's had to play yet today, Gary. Just no chance from there.
The 3rd.
Tournament leader, Graham McDowell. Roger, this is one of those putts when you're leading U.S. Open Championship that makes you work.
Well, they're never easy, but you know that coming to an Open Championship. These are the putts that really will help define your success. You just have to make these.
Doesn't get any easier than this putt.
Well, this is straight in here.
There he is, the new leader. I don't think he thought 3-under would be leading this championship after 3 holes. Let's go up to 8.
And Davis Love, who has moved it to +1, a mere 4 shots off the lead.
They're all pointing at the flagstick with the signs. And for good reason, it was dead at it.
It's incredible the way the word travels around a golf course when so many additional players are brought into the championship, when you have the demise that Dustin Johnson has felt here.
With the 6th, Mickelson will take the putter from off the green. Dottie.
A good play and a good advantage for Ernie Els. He is very similar, on a very similar line, much closer, obviously.
It's going to be low and a little short. Mickelson will end up only birdieing this par 5 hole 1 time in the 4 times that he's played it. As we go to the 5th.
Tiger, long look at birdie. Moves right. Didn't even threaten it. But below the hole. And Ernie Els with a chance to take the lead.
Well, and Johnny, this would be just the kind of start you were talking about, as we put him 4 under par for the first 6 holes. Last time he hit an eagle in the U.S. Open was on the 4th hole, 3rd round back in 1994, and we all know he went on to win that championship.
Very likable man, just a gentleman in the game of golf, and he's worked hard for an opportunity to get this 3rd chance to win an Open. He had a good chance at Shinnecock in that terrible start. But, it's good stuff.
Well, the easy birdie though, and that moves him to 3 under par, and then up top. And McDowell.
About the volatility of this board today, Gary. The game today 6 back at the start of the day. Now he's tied, and he's barely gotten himself to the latter stages of the back 9 here.
Well, it's going to be an interesting day, no question, as we go to the 4th.
Back in the 4th, McDowell's already laid up.
Still an aggressive play here, Peter. Wow.
Get on there.
This ball's going to right.
This might go too far right.
Oh, this is flirting with the hazard right. And we'll find it.
No, there it goes.
Unbelievable.
Over the cliff.
His game is disintegrated at the moment.
Well, after making a triple and a double, John, I think I might just take a 5-iron and put it in play and try to get my birdie on for him.
Yeah.
He has he's got a
said,
thought about Pebble Beach, but my gosh, let's take a look at his swing here. He's got a beautiful arc, as you've said all week, John.
Looks good there. Everything looks good, but watch, must be the shoulder that coming down. He's raising up out of it somewhere, and they're overswinging a little on Peter.
Well, I think he's
drops
just
it in.
trying to hit it hard. He's just trying to make something happen. He hit a 3-iron on this green yesterday and made eagle. And he's so long, he thinks, well, I'm just going to knock another shot on the green and make a putt and get this thing back to square.
See how high up that left shoulder came there, and that sometimes blocks you right. But caddy Bobby Brown said that he flatlines. He actually needs a electric shock right now.
Birdie on the way for Havre. Underneath the hole, Tiger Woods still has an upcoming par putt left there. That was a moment ago. And here is Tiger's par putt to remain at +1. Good 2-putt from down there. Up to 7.
Well, Ernie Els is taking the left side of the tee box on the 92-yard tricky par 3-7.
A lob wedge, Brad, and he has gotten a start that he talked pretty openly about needing yesterday afternoon after round 3.
Dottie, do you think he knows he's share of the lead?
I did, Brad. There was a big monster board, or a mini board, excuse me, back at the 6th green. But you can still see it. The lie looks half decent.
Looks great.
Phil has his little lob wedge, and Dottie, one of the few birdies we've seen today, there's only been 6, was by another left-hander, Scott Langley, doing the same thing, get into this side of the tee.
A little easier to hold it into that stiff breeze. Go at it. Right at the center of the green.
You can throw a little drag in there. It's hard to cut that sandwich. If you're cutting your sandwich, you might want to go home.
Careful for McDowell up the hill, Roger.
This from 112. Just a sand iron. Going a little right of the hole.
Sounded a little tinky. Like he didn't quite.
Boy, Thomas from outside.
Graham McDowell checking the wind on number 4. I don't think he thought he'd make 3 pars on the first 3 holes, starting 3 back, and be tied for the lead playing the 4th hole. We got some exciting stuff coming up. Stay with us.
As we get you back out to the action at the 7th.
Ernie Els has a delicate little chip back down the hill. A little bit of a knob. Nicely played there. The wind's picking up here a little bit, and that actually helps him on that shot. Let's go back to number 6.
Tiger on the tee with a 3-wood, same club he's used.
Tiger!
signals going in the hazard as we go to the fourth.
His body language thought he hit a good shot.
As he got home by Dustin Johnson after losing it over the edge of the ocean cliff. He's trying to gather it right now. It's back to 7.
Phil has his putt for birdie to get into red figures. Same line as Ernie's chip shot. And Johnny, he hit it again to the right. Another pull.
Yeah, it's that leading hand is not doing the job that he practiced. He practices his one hand only with the right hand to keep from breaking down and pulling it.
This just earlier, Davis Love to get to even within 3.
Well, it's been Davis's nemesis when he has a chance to win something big. He starts getting tentative and leaving putts short.
U.S. Open, Oakland Hills, 96.
Yeah, that 3-putt down the hill.
72nd hole. He's had his chances to win this championship at 7.
A moment ago, Phil's tap in there for par. Well, suddenly it's become a pretty tricky hole. It's up to 3.2 stroke average, which is significantly higher than the first 2 days. Now Els for his little save for par. Now going to move to the meat of the golf course. If those are supposed to be an easy 7 holes, let's go back up to the tower on 18.
We've got so many twists and turns in this 110th U.S. Open plot. Dustin Johnson +5 on the last 2 holes brings so many other players into it, Johnny, namely Ernie Els, who 10 years ago had to finish second way back at Tiger Woods in the final group with Tiger, and it's just not worked out for him 10 years ago. But here he has got a chance again. McDowell coming up short.
You know, it's about pars now. If Els pars in and McDowell plays 1 over, I think Els will win with all pars. I mean, I really believe that once they get through 6, because 7 is not playing that hard. If you could throw all pars at him, that's probably going to be the winner. 3 under par, I think. These guys will play 6, get to 4. Well, McDowell could get to 4 on number 6, but 3-4 under is going to be the winning score, I think. And that's the best case scenario.
Let's go to 8.
Ernie Els.
Tee shot that he's played all week has left him in the neighborhood of 200 yards for a second.
You want to hit it right in this area right here. You want to get it down there. Don't lay it too far back.
It's going to be about where he's played all of his seconds from, Johnny.
Yeah, pretty far back, but I don't like that particularly.
To 4.
Dustin Johnson now to save par. I think this is a huge moment for him in this championship. Oh,
geez, nothing's going right now. How about these 3 holes in a row? Played 7 over par if he makes that. No, 6 over.
This is not the start that he thought he was going to have. Let's go up to 8.
Mickelson.
He has been much more aggressive off this tee than Els has been.
Left, or is it coming back?
No, it's on the same line as Ernie.
Hit a 5-iron up to the edge earlier in this championship. And he got way close to the edge. But he is in great shape out there now.
It's a good spot.
Up at 6.
Tiger now playing his 3rd shot. Dustin Johnson did tap in for the bogey back at 4. Well, that ball looks to be turning left, Johnny. That's going to miss left, I think.
Yeah, it is in that rough, too.
Yeah, not an easy shot from there. Well, flying high above us today at Pebble Beach Golf Links, you can see the MetLife blimp. Find out why millions of Americans look to MetLife every day to get guarantees for the if in life. Visit MetLife.com.
Beautiful piece of property there. Of course, down the bottom on the right is the 7th green.
Ray plays his 2nd to the 6th. That's the area where it usually funnels a little to the right, Johnny. He's from 198 yards. And look at this. He's going to have a very makeable putt from just off the front of the green for an eagle 3.
He's going to get within a shot of the lead, and he's in 3rd place by himself. And it's a wonderful story. If he makes that, he's tied for the lead. It's a wonderful story.
Can you say Francis Ouimet?
I mean, that would be
that's the kind of
crazy
history it would be.
391st in the world, Gregory Havre.
Yeah. In his first U.S. Open.
But I think now, you know, I had no idea that I'd picked Dustin Johnson to win this championship, but right now I think this is the man that you got to watch out for. He's very collected.
He spent a large portion of the day yesterday in the lead.
Cut. 7-iron here.
Get up there.
It's at the center of the green. Should feed right.
Graham McDowell, who said coming at it, I have never been more prepared to win a major championship in my entire career. 30 years old. And the Pro Tracer track that he leaves here at 5. Beautiful trajectory.
He's had 5 top 20 finishes in the last 6 majors. 5 out of the last 6 he's been there. Not real tight to win, but he's been sniffing, and he thinks his game has moved up to another level.
Talking to him last night, as you look at Dustin Johnson's nightmare in the last 3 holes, McDowell told me he had that week off after he won in Wales with a 64 and a 63 on the weekend. Took a week's rest, so it just all set up perfectly for him. See if Dustin Johnson can somehow get back on track. 3 behind. Started the day at 6 under. He's thrown all of those shots away. Over at the 8th. One of the most beautiful views you'll see anywhere. Ernie Els, Phil Mickelson coming over.
They missed their target sprinkler head by about 11 yards. This is just over 220 yards to the hole.
You lay it back this far, you're just asking for trouble if you don't hit a good shot. I just don't agree with this laid up this far back. I hope he proves me wrong, but
it's very well struck the left side of the green.
He likes it.
And Ricky Roberts love it. A little short.
It's just making the hole a lot tougher than you could. You get to put a peg under it. Why not put it down closer to the green? And he laid it back. How far short of the cliff was he there? 40 yards?
He was, but Phil's right back there with him, Johnny. He's much more conservative than he was the first couple of rounds.
He's getting farther and farther away from the green. That really came back.
What's this yardage?
This is 208 yards.
12 yards closer than else.
Sits there in the front right corner to 6.
Havre for an eagle 3, which would move him to 3 under par. Just went back to this belly putter this week and has rolled the ball beautifully. Just 80 putts through the first 3 rounds, which left him at 2nd in the field. Total number of putts.
Gary, you can continue to pile on the historic facts that speak what a long shot Havre is. Only one Frenchman has ever won a major. It was the British Open by an unknown back in 1907. You see the lowest ranked champion since the rankings began in '86, Steve Jones at 99, and Havre is 391 in the world.
Well, if anyone, Johnny, I thought was going to be nervous today, you would have thought it would have been him playing with Tiger Woods.
I totally agree. I mean, he's just playing great.
All right, at the 9th, Love, birdie putt. Big swinger from right to left. All right, that's a good effort. Be a nice, easy par for him to remain at +1. Now Tiger for his par at the 6th.
Another slippery one, Gary, down the hill here.
His 3rd bogey in the first 6 holes.
Really hasn't hit more than 1 or 2 quality shots in 6 holes.
That moves Tiger to +2. Now 5 shots off the lead. It's Ernie Els and Graham McDowell with a 1-shot lead. We'll be right back after this.
Graham McDowell to get himself 1 clear of Ernie Els. Runs it right now. Again, he was overshadowed by Dustin Johnson, 66 yesterday. McDowell, 71, wasn't all that bad. Although it did drift him 3 back starting the day. But while Johnson has come apart, McDowell has remained the steady one. Third shot for Ernie Els. Trying to stay 1 back.
Watch out, he's hit it right where you don't want him. That is so fast from there. That's one of those putts you might make 1 out of 4.
To 7.
Back on the short par 3. Gregory Avray. 2 birdies today so far in the first 6.
Nice sound. Nice thump, huh?
Going with the conservative play out to the left, the smart play. Let's go up to 8.
Mickelson.
This is that putt everyone leaves short. He knows the course though.
Dustin Johnson made his par at 5, and Mickelson is going to make his par here at 8 to remain it even. 4 behind McDowell. Back to 7.
Woods has his shot here on number 7.
Remember, he's got the ball that spins more.
He's not going to be fooled into going right. Back to 8.
And Dottie, these are the kinds of putts that Ernie used to have some problems with. His putting's gotten better lately.
It certainly has. He shortened the putter early in the spring. Made the same putt here on. He does it again today.
The ball putts the U.S. Open champions make. Clutch one by Ernie over at the 6th.
McDowell off the tee.
Starts it in the right center. And a little bit.
Gets the bounce to the right. So that is well positioned.
Is that a hybrid?
I had looked as though it was, Johnny. Yeah, some sort of hybrid club.
Yeah, that thing got out there.
Ahead to 7.
Tiger Woods has his birdie putt. Rolf?
Well, not as close as he wanted, Brad, but got a little bit of right-hand break, as you know.
Very little guys are missing this putt. Mostly to the left. It's fast after this hole. A bounce back for Tiger Woods. First birdie on the card today and second birdie here on the 7th hole. Let's watch this again from ground level. Probably has the most efficient looking putting stroke I've ever seen.
Besides yours.
I'll take this one. Look at that ball rolling end over end.
Reminded me of that putt we saw.
Well, isn't that beautiful,
at
John?
Torrey Pines, didn't it? He loves number 7. He's got a little love fest going. 500 in the last 2 opens on number 7. So that was something about it that he says no problem.
You'd like to have that back 9 he had yesterday today. He's 5 back now. Let's go up to number 9.
And Ernie Els on the tee. Difficult driving hole here. Fairway slants hard from players left to right.
He's had a little trouble losing it right here, Gary. Got lucky yesterday, Friday as well. This is a beauty.
The left side, will it get the kick to the right? It doesn't, so that's going to hang up in the intermediate cut of route. Sitting up. It appears to be good. Let's take a look at this 9th. The par 4, 505 yards. You can see the bunker on the left, 281 here. If you get to about 300 yards, the ball runs straight down the hill. Difficult second shot here. Laid slightly downhill, usually off a hanging lie with the ball below your feet. Hole location today just over the bunker, Johnny, and there have only been 4 birdies recorded here all day long.
I don't think you can get inside, what, 12 feet?
The best shot I think I've seen is about that, and that was hole high to the right. As Mickelson plays with less than driver.
This is going to need a bounce, Gary, right at the rough cut line.
Happy Father's Day, Phil!
It's going to find the left-hand side. So, 2 interesting second shots there as we get out to the 7th.
Or a moment ago, Gregory Avray with his putt for birdie. He can get within 1. A good look at Tiger's putt. Just loses a little speed, but a nice par there for the Frenchman. Out of the 8th tee.
And Tiger coming off the first birdie of the day. Picked up his first birdie yesterday at the 4th. Is this going to be too late to put on a Tiger-like charge?
I'll tell you, Dan, the crowd has not given up on Tiger. I mean, they have stayed with him even though he's 3 over at that point till he made the birdie. And they are really trying to lift him up and keep him going. It's amazing. Totally different than what I saw a month ago with the Players.
That's a little better layup, isn't it? It's near the cliff, and it's lets you have a decent shot at thinking about par option birdie instead of just hoping to make par.
Here is Havre, just the 4th major he has ever competed in. He missed the cut in 2 of the previous 3. He did finish tied for 19th at the 08 British Open. But this is very first U.S. Open.
It's a very simple backswing. It's really right on the money. You don't get in a better position than that at the top.
Sort of a low fade up the left-hand side. Needs to get up a little bit.
I don't think he got all of that one, but not bad.
To 6.
Just a moment ago, Dustin Johnson's second shot, 221 yards to the hole.
Stay right.
He's going for it to stay right. You don't want to get it over in that left-hand rough. Will it hang? Yeah. Awkward little pitch from there. Just the ground down the hill. McDowell.
No, he's out the corner. You want to be just right at that, but that's good. You know, you're
Splitting
fine.
him in the bush, Stack.
Hey?
Splitting him in the bush.
Yeah, I mean, 2 or 3 yards right of him, perfect. In the middle of the green.
Those
The
accents
bush they're talking about is just behind the green, right of the hole. There's an aiming line to start the ball. He has 2:08 left.
That is Graham's caddy, Ken Comby.
Yeah, you might be even talking about this little bush that's right here. That's the perfect line also.
This is turning left. Too much left.
Come on, Graham! Come on, Graham! That awkward pitch across the green. And on a downslope. So we go up to 13.
Well, Russell Henley in the 2-man race for the Low Amateur Championship title here. Look at that.
Anybody having more fun?
Work in the crowd. You don't think that Low Amateur title means something to these guys.
Hunker down dogs.
No dog fans out here, are there, Dan?
Probably not too many.
I don't think so.
Right here in front of us, not down there, you know. I think we better land this, 35, 40 yards short of the green and hit that kind of shot.
109 yards total. Yeah, they're talking, Gary, about only keeping this ball in the air 160 yards. It's a pretty warm line.
This kills Mickelson this week, +3 on it. Nels is +2, so both these guys have struggled on the 9th hole.
Trying to land it well short. It's a very narrow area. And the ball tends to kick left into that front left bunker.
Try to run it, I think.
He scoots it by that. That's a good
Great
shot.
job, bud. Way to go.
Yeah, you can hear Jim Mackay say, way to go, good shot, and it was. Opening only about 8 or 9 yards wide, Johnny, and then get just a little left, it funnels right into the left bunker.
Isn't that a nice little half swing?
I'd like to see him do more of that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that was very good. That'd be good for St. Andrews.
A much worse angle for Ernie, but a similar lie.
He's yet to hit the fairway here tonight this week. Has only hit the green once. And consequently, has played the hole at +2.
His driving stats have actually gotten worse as the week has gone on. Best day was by far Thursday.
I hope it comes out the way you want it, Gary, out here.
It's a guess, Johnny.
Should be good, though. Back in his stance, trap draw.
Really just tried to bunt this ball
Go on.
and take what the golf course gives him.
Oh boy, but it landed very softly. So we'll go ahead to 8.
Havre.
205 yards. Nice flat lie up on the left-hand side of the fairway. This one is headed right, though. This is dangerous.
Didn't bury it. It's doable. It's not the worst miss in the world if you're going to be that far off line. It's better than left, Mark.
Well, it is. You just wonder how that putt Tiger hold at 7 will affect Havre. I mean, he hadn't had sort of a lightning bolt from Tiger yet, and you just never know.
Tiger played 6 and 7 even par. That isn't exactly scintillating.
No, but you know, Havre has really smoked him the first 6 holes when you think about it, and now here comes Tiger at him. Tiger's got 197. This one is very high.
Where are you? Bounce shot.
It's getting worse by the moment here.
That comes back like the one Ernie did here. 6.
And McDowell's 3rd. If you carry it on the green here, Johnny, you risk running it all the way across the green. I've seen it all day long.
He had a really tough lie. That was not a good break.
It was sitting way down.
It's coming back, though.
A lengthy putt left for birdie as we go ahead to 10.
Davis Love on the very difficult 10th for birdie. 10th is playing a half stroke over par today. And oh no.
Took a peek at it.
Oh, look at that. We've seen a lot of the putts and chips from above the hole end up in that little gutter, John. Let's go back to 6.
He had a good putt, but it just looked like it was going in.
All right, Dustin Johnson's 3rd, back at the 6th. He's not going to run out, so both players left with lengthy putts for birdies there. Ahead at 9, Wells will be playing his 3rd shot to the par 4.
And it's a really difficult 3rd one. The shoulder of this bunker is just right smack in the way. He's going to have to play, I think, a little on the conservative side, give himself a putt.
Play too, mate.
That's exactly what he did. Doesn't take much, Johnny. You're out of position just a little bit on these holes once you get past number 7.
How about that putt he made at number 8, though? That was a great putt.
That was a good one. All right, back at the 6th. McDowell for yet another birdie, Raj.
And this putt should be influenced to the right. Initially off a little slope that well, actually brought his ball back onto the green. Straighten up in the area of the cup, I believe.
Should go back to the left again. It does. So a par is the best that he can do, remain at 4 under. The 9th, Mickelson, chance for a birdie.
And seems pretty darn sure of his read, Gary. He's taken very little time on this compared to the rest of the day.
It's a pretty big swing from right to left. It's back up into the slope initially. Back at the 8th.
Tiger. He has the putter out. A lot of fringe between him and the green.
A good 30 feet. This is a shot, Johnny, you almost never see Tiger play.
Yeah, I'm surprised because this takes so much talent and a little luck. You don't know really how that fringe is going to slow it down. You'd think he'd come up way short here.
That's anything can happen. At least he's below the hole.
Yeah, but I told him if I was caddying for him, see if you can knock it 10 feet past, because you won't.
To 10.
Davis Love now for his par. This should slip to his right. And he never hit it. He never hit it to 9.
Wells for the par. This one very slow. Arm stroke. So he will drop a shot as we go back to the 8th.
Havre from the bunker. Good lie.
It is a good lie. He needs to keep it well right of the hole here because it will spin left once it gets on the green.
A nice upslope, and should be able to get it close. It's a good one within 6 feet, 8 feet.
Didn't really come left much, and that'll be a hard one there from about 6 feet.
Bogey 3 rounds so far for Havre.
This just a moment ago at 6. Dustin Johnson for a much needed birdie. That's tentative. Why we have not seen that all week long from Dustin Johnson.
We're going to see that from a lot of the players. Like Davis Love's been doing it. Guys start the open pressure, just start squeezing the air out of their lungs.
Disappointing par means it even. But, even with this horrendous start, he's just 4 off the lead with still plenty of golf left. Mills will be dropping a shot at the 9th, so Graham McDowell is just 1 player or 2 behind him as we go to the 7th tee.
Speaking of Graham McDowell, 7th hole today has had 18 bogeys and 3 doubles, Roger.
Just 92 yards, but you have to be very careful. It's all about feel. You have to feel the wind, feel the distance. Certainly doesn't play 92 yards. This left of the hole, drawing a little bit with the wind.
Put a blanket over where all the players have hit their shots, Roger, and that's right where they've all been trying to hit it.
It's so amazing to have a 92-year-old shot. You really can't even hit the hole.
Tiger for par, another bogey. That is his 4th. He's bogeyed half the holes on a day where he needed a big charge. He's just not had it today like he had yesterday.
Misclubbed on that 2nd shot, and I didn't like the putter.
Back to 7.
Dustin Johnson, see if he takes the same line he took yesterday, and see if he'll try to go at it, Roger.
No, this is left of the hole just about in the same line as Graham's.
Well, you thought you were going to see a runaway today or do some chores on a Sunday afternoon. Strap in. We got a leaderboard. Graham McDowell on top. The Bells at Havre.
While we were away, Havre for par at 8.
Moves about 6 inches left. Not when you hit it that hard, though.
First bogey of the day. He'd gone 14 straight holes without a bogey, which seems like eternity at Pebble, especially today on a final round Sunday. To 10.
Ernie Els now on the tee.
Can't hit it right. There's Ocean right.
Such a huge slope from left to right, too, John. You've got to keep your tee shot to the left, and that doesn't look good. Let's go back to 7.
Dustin Johnson has already missed his birdie putt, and as you look over this beautiful hole here at 7, we asked Graham McDowell last night what this landscape reminds him of.
It just reminded me of home. You know, the coastline's so spectacular and dramatic, and you know, it's just nothing quite like playing golf in the ocean. You know, this kind of has a links feel to it, this golf course. You know, take away the heavy rough around the greens, obviously. You know, some of the surrounds and some of the fields are definitely very linksy, and you know, the sea breeze obviously something to be reckoned with. But it definitely has that little sense of home, and certainly the temperatures feel a bit Irish anyway.
Comes up a little bit short.
Yeah, you don't want to have too many of those putts. He's made it look easy. Actually, the whole championship, I thought he's played the most solid. Dustin was playing a game like not many people have ever seen before, but the wheels have come off his train.
Over at 11, Davis Love coming off a bogey at 10, his first of the day. To be 6 shots back, but he could get one back here at 11.
That's a very fine shot and right underneath the hole.
Back over to 7.
Dustin Johnson smoked his first putt past the hole.
Good news, this one's uphill, moving a little left.
Roger, amazing, isn't it?
This is not what I expected to see at all today, Johnny. This is unflappable as he was yesterday.
I felt the same way. I felt like it's his course. I felt like it's his championship. And he is, look at this scorecard, folks. That's a triple on 2, a double on 3, a bogey on 4, and another bogey. Right there is 5-7 over par. And 1 through 7 is the easy part of the golf course. So you're looking at something in the 80s if he doesn't right the ship. So this is going to be a hard round for him and championship to get over with in his early career, to be able to handle this kind of a performance. But this is a key putt right here, Roger. He's got to make these. If he makes these kind of putts, I believe he's the man to beat.
Well, this is a little slider right here. You don't want to face a lot of these, John. These get old in a hurry. Okay, well done.
He just makes it look easy. He hits up on those little putts. He hits them flush. As soon as the club face is on the ball, he lifts up and it helps turn the ball over.
The cliffs with Ernie Els. Donnie, what's going on?
Well, they have not found the golf ball yet. They've got a general idea. The point that it crossed the hazard has been marked, but they have not located the ball itself yet.
To get down there, am I allowed to touch? To get down there, am I allowed to? Yes, you are. Can I touch the ground? You can touch the ground to keep yourself from falling. Really? Yes. Thank you.
That's deep terrain that Ernie's heading down. Back over to McDowell at the 8th.
Right over that little path that you see there. It's just a going little draw.
Must like it.
The guys don't even watch it because you can't see it. And he's laid that back a little bit. I would like to see him another club up there.
So you like to sit?
While Ernie Els continues his careful descent down the cliffs at 10. He's got a little gallery there on the beach. Trails by 2. Leader Graham McDowell at the U.S. Open.
Welcome back as we join Ernie out on the 10th fairway. Took the drop, hitting his 3rd shot.
Third shot, Peter, from 187 yards, and I think the key here is not to multiply a mistake.
He needs to play this out left with that whole location far on the right.
Oh man, this is pretty brutal, Peter. Could be a big number on this hole.
That is. We've already seen that today. We've seen Dustin Johnson compound one mistake after another. Let's go to the 9th.
And this was while Ernie was hitting. Evere played his 2nd from 151 yards.
Nice swing, Gary.
Yeah, it really is. Wonderful rhythm, Johnny. For a guy who's really never been in this position, you would think he'd have a tendency to get fast. That's a smart shot. Just put it over there, short right. Head up the hill, make your form. Live Tiger.
From 147, right-hand corner of the fairway, good angle.
That's a big hop, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It's a good shot. It's a very short left. At 11.
Davis Love, chance to get to +1 within 5. That was a nice free stroke to the putter there by Davis.
That might give him some confidence there. He left a couple short, but that was well hit.
Davis triple bogeyed the 18th on Friday and made the cut right on the number. He is 6 under since then, and he's now in tie for 5th. Back to McDowell on the opener to the Cliffs of Doom.
Tough shot.
207 here, John.
Par is great. All the pars are great from here on in.
A lot of shots well short here.
This one getting away a little bit right. Catches that front bunker on the right.
It's the bunker that Evere was unable to get it up and down from, and suffered his first bogey of the championship. Els has problems at 10. McDowell's looking better than ever now.
Wiped it a little.
Oh, another U.S. Open at Pebble Beach.
Life's good.
In the meantime, up on top, things are boiling, percolating. Ernie Els at the 10th.
While we were away, Ernie found his ball, had a pretty decent lie, and escaped to there. Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, John. And Mickelson now, while we were away, putting for birdie.
You said this was quick, Peter.
This is incredibly quick. And the ball just misses the hole, and look at that. That's some speed there. Let's go back to 8.
And McDowell working from the bunker, Roger.
And plenty of green to work with here. You missed the green on the proper side. Nothing from the left or long.
Well, that'll get his attention.
That's a nasty little putt there.
Yeah, that's one of those. Ernie made it from even farther from there, but that's a tough putt.
Back to 10.
Ernie Els now for his bogey. He just we saw how speedy this putt is. Stop. Let's go back to 8.
Lengthy birdie putt for Havre. At the 9th. Not much break here, just all about the speed. Oh, that's well judged. Very good. It's going to be a nice, easy par. At the 10th.
Mickelson now for a much needed par at this point in the championship, and
His putting's left him down really big time this championship. Just one good day of putting.
we're seeing a lot of missed short putts, John. Pebble Beach is showing her teeth. Back to 9.
Birdie putt for Woods. This one back up the hill at the start and then swings pretty hard to the left. Just never hard enough.
And leaving it short is not one of his traits. That's for other players to do normally with him.
Up at the 10th.
Ernie now for his double bogey 6. Quite surprising to see Ernie Els at this point in the U.S. Open Championship make double bogey.
Then there were 2 at under par.
He didn't have to hit it right twice, I can tell you that. That's just nerves.
And that makes this putt for McDowell huge. If he can save this par, and with Ernie Els taking 2 steps back at 10, Mickelson taking a step back at 10, and Havre, who just took a bogey in this same hole just ahead of him.
We have like 4 holes coming in that you got to really be careful. 8, 9, and 10. We've seen what that's doing to the players. And then we got Peter Jacobsen's favorite hole, number 14 of these covering, that could have anything happen. And so the players have got to get through those holes pretty good. This won't kill him, Roger, if he makes 5 here. You know, it's one of those things that happens on 8 or 9 or 10. You're going to make a bogey every once in a while, or sometimes more than once in a while.
Actually, you can bogey all of them without too much trouble, John.
That's for sure. But this is outside the hole, I think, but quick. That's the big thing, right?
Yes, very quick. Move a little bit to his right. This is really a hard putt to get started on line.
To stay 3 ahead of Havre.
That's what a champion does. If you can make putts downhill, blazing fast, saving par putts, you can win a major championship. And this could be his first major. Like I said, he's been in the top 25 out of the last 6 majors. And he just believes his game has gone up a notch. And he said, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to win a major. 92 putts in 62 holes. That is really putting the ball with heavy pressure.
Ernie Els and Mickelson and Tiger Woods, all superstars, going back down the board. And McDowell continuing to stay on top to 12.
Davis Love on the tee with a 4-iron, and Johnny, this par 3 is playing very difficultly.
Is it going right or is it good?
Now it's kind of hung up to the right, but at least it's on the green. Players are hitting this green only 15% of the time in regulation.
He hit that high soft fade and it stopped.
Over at the 10th.
Gregory Havre now. Second.
And this one is up the left-hand side. Needs a friendly kick. Tiger hit it right down the center of the lawn.
Oh man, look at that squirt that with that bunker and then shoot down the hill. Good break.
That's what I mean, friendly.
Yeah, he just picked up an extra 50 yards. If it had gone in the bunker, he'd have been 50 yards farther from the hole.
There's Tiger and Havre sitting right out there in the middle of the fairway. MetLife has today's round covered end to end with one-of-a-kind shots from the Snoopy 2 airship. MetLife, the unique perspective to keep you on course. Dowell on course on the tee at 9.
He's not missed a fairway today.
This tee shot down at the left-hand side. They need a kick to the right.
It's gonna not quite get out of the intermediate cut of rough, so a bit of an iffy lie there with the ball below his feet. But right now it is Graham McDowell who is showing his mettle in the final round of the 110th United States Open Championship. He has a commanding 3-shot lead, but he still has 10 holes left to play.
Fifth U.S. Open at Pebble Beach, and the second out of the rough for Phil Mickelson. Dottie.
That was a really lousy lie and a smart leave considering the situation. Ernie Els has missed the green. He airmailed everything into the back left bunker, flyer lie in the right rough.
To 12.
Now this just a moment ago, Davis Love with a lengthy putt for a birdie. Only been 2 recorded here all day. Looking for it to go left, but slope not allowing it to. But you would think should have no trouble making his par.
Man.
So Davis left at +2. We go back to the 10th.
Mark, what's he got?
Just 124, Peter, and he's only about a half a yard outside woods. So he will play first.
See that hole location tight against that right side.
And a freshening wind right now at the player's back.
Smart play is right there. But we've seen a lot of players 3-putt that, Mark. It is so quick down that hill.
He's in second place by himself. That's a big upset. 1 under par, 3 back.
Tiger Woods now.
This one from just 124 also.
Well, with that ball of his, Peter, maybe he could pull it off.
This is no good at all. Terrible.
Yeah.
Wow. We've seen Ernie Els down there. We've seen 3 or 4 other players down there, and you can't get it up and down from there. Can't make par unless you make a 30-footer.
And this performance is not good for his comeback and his confidence. Hitting a lot of loose shots and doesn't look like Tiger Woods.
Back to 9.
And McDowell's second.
Good angle.
174 down the hill. You got to be looking right at the hole here, though, John.
I like this angle in a way. You can just throw it on the right side of the green with a little draw. Is that kicking left?
Well, he's hitting a draw at it.
Lumpy little lie. Look for a good lie. We've seen very few players able to get it up and down from that bunker. It's about 8 or 9 feet deep.
Come on, DJ.
That's a mistake there. Big one.
Ahead at 11.
And Mickelson from below the green.
Very slow. But right to the hill.
Would have been very few to get it there.
Yeah, he knows the course really well. Obviously, he's won there 3 times. And
Tiger searching at the 10th.
Let's take a look at the swing that put him on this bank here. Everything looks fine right here. See the face, how open that toe is? Real open. Probably more open than any player on tour. Watch the toe is almost straight down. Dustin Johnson's pointing up at this point. And watch when he comes in, doesn't release in time. Just a little late on the squaring up the club face. And the side hill lie, the fact that the ball is 3 inches below his feet, combined with a little late on trapping it down. If anything, you want your toe down first to trap it. Now remember, this is the shot, really the one I thought Tom Watson the Open in '82. He actually hit it right here. Looked like he was dead as can be, and he got this up and in, if I remember right. And he could have had no shot, and he pulled it off. Watson did, made par.
Johnny Tom Kite did the same thing in '92 from down here. So Tiger with a chance still, 4-4.
This was a moment ago. Ernie Els, 4 behind.
Only had one chance there, and that's to hit the flagstick.
He's in danger of losing 4 shots in a 3-hole span to 9.
Graham McDowell with his third.
A bit of an upset, which will help. There's just not much green to work with there.
Well, have yet to see anybody get the ball close out of that bunker.
He didn't like it.
That's what he was talking about earlier in the week, that he had to keep his emotions under control. Up at 11.
So coming off a bogey and a double, this for par.
Hit it. Oh, man, that was a good putt. Just a touch too easy.
And Els, who was a part of the lead just a short time ago, +1, 5 behind.
He's so under control just 45 minutes ago. A great putt he made at 8. I thought was going to push him to maybe win.
Just dripped it in at 8, and then all of the misplays followed to 10.
Mark, we've seen a lot of putts from this position, and they just keep on running.
You don't really have that sense standing here, Peter. Wouldn't think it was overly fast. Watch out.
Wow. Let's bring in Tim Rosafort. Tim?
It's been 103 years since Arnaud Massey's victory in the 1907 Open Championship. Of course, we remember the collapse of Jan van de Velde, the playoff loss by Thomas Levet, the greatest victory by a French golfer, undoubtedly Gregory Havre's win over Phil Mickelson in the 07 Scottish Open. He was 320th in the world at the time, has since dropped down to 391. He said yesterday, I know golf can be hell or paradise. It's probably somewhere in between right now. And just as a point of reference, an omen perhaps, that Michael Campbell came out of that Walton Heath qualifier in 2005 and ended up winning down at Pinehurst. And number 2, we saw him make those big putts earlier, the 45-footer to get in the playoff and the 15-footer to survive. Well, he was using a regular putter now. You might notice now he's got the belly putter, and he came into this final round ranked 4th in the field in putting average. Back to you.
And he's also wearing Gene's hat.
That's the name of his child.
Ah, is it Gene or is it Jean?
Well, if you want to go French, you can go Jean.
We will ask him later. Tiger Woods now, which would be a great par. A wonderful escape out of the gunch to the right.
Tough putts to make when you have to hit them this easy. Any little bump or bobble, and it won't go in. It's just when you have to just trundle it down on Poana, you just have to do some serious praying when you hit it.
Let's go back to 9.
McDowell's putt for par. This one moves hard to the left. Yeah. So a bogey at the 9th. McDowell back to 3 under par.
Very first of the day.
Yeah, but still in very good position. Top the leaderboard as we go to the 12th. Phil Mickelson on the tee.
6-iron, Gary, and certainly not as much wind as there has been the last couple of times the players have come through here.
You better rip this, Dottie, because most players have come up short.
I haven't seen a 6-iron get there yet this
Don't
week.
plug.
That's not even a bunker.
I wasn't
to the 10th.
Havre now for his par. We've seen this putt today. Slip to his right. Ooh. Looked like it hit Tiger's coin and almost
went right
kicked it
over
in the hole.
Absolutely. Went right over the top.
So Tiger had asked him whether or not he wanted to move his coin over, and Abre said no.
Well, he knew if he hit the coin, he wasn't going to make it anyway.
We're going to go with Jean as the pronunciation there.
Thank you, Jean.
Okay, Jake.
Très bon. Tiger now for bogey. So surprising to see Tiger Woods putting this way. He's swinging better. There's no question about that. He's on his way back. Take a look at his card. 38 going out. 4 bogeys. That's not like Tiger. And a bogey at the 10th.
Well, if McDowell does win, Peter, he's having a lot of help from a lot of good players, great players. There's a lot of people playing a really bad Sunday here at Pebble Beach.
Up to 12.
Yeah, and there's a good look at that hole location. Just some 5 paces over the bunker, and as I mentioned, there have only been 2 birdies recorded here all day. Players only hitting the green about 15% of the time in regulation.
Johnny, some great players with some great credentials.
Yes.
Else, Mickelson, Tiger.
Well, that's a 5-iron. Backed off at once and stayed with the 5-iron. It's an awfully good line if it's the right number, Gary.
It is. This is the best shot we've seen all day, Donnie.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, the good news is that we can make that to get the even par. Let's take another look at this. Using the Pro Tracer technology. Beautiful high draw into that left to right wind. Johnny, a little reminiscent of what you did here in 1982 in the second round, except
yeah, identical shot. High draw into a fade wind. That's
you made an ace here in the second round back in 1982.
Thank you very much.
All right, as we go to the 10th.
Graham McDowell on the tee, and you can see up the fairway. You've got to take that right at those left fairway bunkers, and you know the slope is going to take it way to the right.
Right about there, huh?
Exactly. Tee is back some 50 yards. So a laser at that left bunker is perfect.
We know that. He doesn't even watch it. It's so pure.
And that is pure.
And I'll tell you, that is a sliver of fairway visually. That is a really nice shot.
So Graham McDowell getting a lot of help from a bunch of players. At this point in the United States Open Championship, Graham McDowell leads at 3 under par.
Phil Mickelson has a relatively lengthy putt for a par, Dottie.
It is, but it was really about as good a second shot as he could have played. The ball was on the downslope. Just a poor club selection and a poor shot selection combined with it for the tee shot.
Tough putt to win here. Well, he did it best. So he'll hang +1. Needs to hit some better shots, give himself some birdie opportunities coming in.
Well, we sure don't know how McDowell's going to finish up. He might do a semi-Dustin Johnson on the back nine. You just never know. I mean, who knows what's going to happen.
Well, this will be a nice little turnaround for Ernie Els after playing the previous 3 holes in 4 over par.
It's almost like he stood on the tee and said, I've had enough of this.
All right, good birdie. Coming to even par. 3 back. Just the 3rd birdie of the day here at the 12th.
And the second for Havre. Solo second at even.
150, tough to get the right distance out of this lie. I don't know if it's going to come out fast or slow. Okay, it came out slow.
Back to 10.
After a solid drive, Roger, McDowell with the second.
174 left here, Peter. I would assume we'll be trying to bounce the ball into this green from the left side.
Is his ball got normally a little baby draw, Roger?
Yes, that's normally his ball flight. Haven't seen him try to hit too many cuts.
Is that kicking left or is it all right?
No, that's kicking too far left, I believe. Oh, what a kick.
Yeah, that's going to be an impossible shot, isn't it? hillside.
Yeah, he's
Tried
and
to
that
talk
ball
to me already.
nestled
Let's
right
go.
up against the second cut of that rough. This is going to be an extremely difficult pitch down that hill.
That's what we're going to have to watch for. He has a tendency to sort of come down and stop the handle and kick the club head, and it always looks like to me in my eye that it's going to go left, and we're starting to see some of those left shots now.
Let's go up to 11.
Saw it on 9 on the second shot, now 10.
Tiger Woods with a good look from 121. Spin on it. And this is where his back 9 charge started yesterday with a birdie. You could see him just trap this ball.
Watch how much he hits down on it, how steep that's coming down. Just really down into that ground. Whoa! Give a few earthworms a headache right there.
Well, a 31 on the back 9 is 5 under. That would put Tiger at 2 under for the championship. He needs something like that. We'll see what happens to 13.
Go! Watson with his driver on the 13th hole. Ernie just hit a good ride.
There's a bunker over there.
Sit.
There's a bunker over there.
All right. Close to
300 yards to that bunker. That's a bad angle from over there. Could you see anything, Dottie?
I could not see it for sure, but it was on a dead line with the short one right.
Here we have a great look at the 13th from above. Pinpoint animation. That's 256 to carry it. Most guys can do that these days. 296 to the one on the right, playing up the hill, and suddenly the most difficult hole of the week that's played, 4.424. And look at the slopes on this green. And hole located on the left corner there, and it is a tough hole to make a birdie. Only 4 birdies today. Back to 11.
Merhab Ray came up short. See if he can get it to the hole.
Well, we saw Phil pull it off, Mark, but this usually the players leave it short.
Well, short's better than long, but you don't want to be way short. Been a pretty good smack.
That's really good. Ray captured 3 French amateur championships in a row from 97 to 99. That was just the years right after Tiger won 3 straight U.S. amateur championships in a row. To 10.
Now our championship leader, Graham McDowell, the back of the green with the ball nestled against the rough, Roger.
Against the cut there of the rough, and this is a nasty little chip here. This is a kind of an awkward angle. And it should come down, moving to the right, certainly when it gets on the green initially.
What about that little cut in the rough? What's that like?
Well, which cut are you referring to,
just
John?
the one behind the ball. I mean,
well, yeah, it's nestled up against there, and it's not terrible, but it's an issue. I mean, it's something he has to deal with.
Roger,
I've seen worse.
Roger, I was out there this morning hitting this putt, and it goes right initially, then it goes back to the left.
Correct.
And it's
a lot of speed. It's got way too much speed. It's going off the front of the green, I believe. Yes.
You see how close to the lateral hazard the pin is cut. Back up to 11.
Tiger. McDowell having more problems at 10. This is an even bigger putt.
That's a big break. It's hard to make this putt, but he could do it. See how much that thing goes sideways at the end. He's tentative. You don't see that out of Tiger. These putts are being missed because he doesn't hit them firm enough.
Back out to that beautiful green at the 10th alongside the water, and Dustin Johnson, you know, at +1. I mean, he is hanging around, Jake, even after all the problems he's had.
Now this could get him into a tie for second after that disastrous front 9.
Well, he's finally settled down some, started to make some good swings. It looks like he's comfortable now as opposed to early on.
That's the best putt we've seen from that position on the 10th green, playing a half stroke over par. So this is a par 4.5.
He shoots 42 on the front 9, Roger. You wouldn't think would be thinking he has a chance.
Yes, and that's 42 with pars at 8 and 9.
Roger, it almost turns into match play on the backside in a major championship. Dustin's playing with our current leader right now. He's got a difficult putt for par, so Dustin still feels like he's got a chance.
And he should.
It's match play, but you can have a 4-shot swing in one hole.
Let's go up to 13.
It's not blowing that hard at the moment, but again, more importantly, is we want to play the ball 150 yards in the air.
Yeah.
You know, however we do it.
161 yards from a pretty uniformly thick lie. I think the big thing will be the big bounce that this ball should take left.
There's a wet spot there, you can see.
You want to stay short of this green.
Or be right.
Nicely played out of there, Dottie.
Certainly was.
Back to 10.
Our leader, McDowell, now for par.
This should move right as it loses speed, shouldn't it, Peter, on the way up here? Yeah.
Yes, it does. It's got to hit this pretty firm, and you can see there.
That's short.
Lost its speed and lost its line.
Yeah, that was a really poor chip shot. It reminded me a little of Kenny Perry at the Masters last year that just about broke everybody's heart on 17. Where he missed the green.
Everybody take a step up to the leader. He comes back. Everybody move up one.
Let's go back up to 13.
Morales has his second shot from middle of fairway. Interesting to see both Phil and Ernie have only hit 6 out of the 12 previous greens, and they're both even par.
All right, this is an 8-iron.
Be right.
Oh, he likes it right away.
Come on.
Well, it needs to move left.
Stop.
McDowell now back at the 10th for his unfortunate bogey, which drops him back to 2 under into a 2-shot lead. Let's join Bob Costas.
All right, the idea is to try and get you updated if you're just joining us. A lot has gone on. Coming into the final round of this U.S. Open, any number of contenders knew that for them to have a chance and for the day to generate some drama, Dustin Johnson would probably need to come back to the pack a bit. Well, Johnson cooperated, and he did so in a hurry. After 54 holes of seemingly unflappable play, it was as if a trapdoor opened beneath his feet, and he plummeted from the top of the leaderboard, giving back 6 strokes over the first 4 holes. That gave lots of people a better chance, including Tiger Woods. But what you're about to see is Tiger's only birdie of the day so far. It comes at the 7th. He had had 3 bogeys prior to this 25-footer. This is this pitch and putt par 3 of just 92 yards. He has 5 bogeys today to go with that 1 birdie. He's still in it, but not nearly where he expected to be. Phil Mickelson opened in strong fashion from the fringe on number 1. This is a birdie that gets him back to even. No Frenchman has ever won the U.S. Open. Gregory Havre has a chance to be the first. This is his second shot on the first hole. It would set up a birdie. And as we speak, Havre is at even par, and that puts him within 2 of the lead at this point. A disastrous front 9 for Dustin Johnson. A 42 on the front. That's 7 over. This was the worst of it. Stuck in the high stuff near the greenside bunker at number 2. First tries at lefty. Switches back to righty. That doesn't work either. Winds up with a triple bogey 7, and just like that, his lead is gone. Ernie Els with a chance to pounce on it. Birdie putt at 2, 12-foot curler. Finds the bottom of the jar. That got him into red numbers, but later he had a double bogey at 10, and that has hurt his chances. So our leader now is Northern Ireland's Graham McDowell. He leads the field in putting this week. This one was a birdie at 5 on the par 3. A 7-iron had gotten him into birdie position, but he has just bogeyed 9 and 10 to fall back to just 2 under par. He's the only guy, as you see, in red numbers. Els and Havre are a couple shots back. Mickelson and Dustin Johnson at +1. Davis Love III at +2. Tiger is at +3. Out to 11 we go.
And McDowell coming off the back-to-back bogeys, his first of the day.
You know, looking at the field right now, I don't know who's leaking more oil, the field or British Petroleum.
McDowell bounces back nicely, finding the fairway at 11. Back to 13.
Ernie Els choosing a putter from the fringe here, Dottie.
Yeah, likes the play. He also likes his rating wave Ricky Roberts off. I think this is easier than if he'd gotten the ball hole high, Brad.
It's a slow putt there too, Dottie. And stand going away from the water in this hole location. A lot of players misreading it to the right like Ernie did, but 4 is a good number here today. Back to 12.
Yeah, Tiger Woods hit it way left of the green. Not a good position at all with the hole cut on the left-hand side.
Very good lie, though, Gary. A little bit of trampling down grass. It's a shot he can play.
Come on, baby! Tendency from players to play over there can do just that, Mark. Carry it too far. Move up to 17.
For Tom Watson. Made history back in 1982 and could be playing this hole in a U.S. Open for the final time. This day 28 years ago.
He was playing really well on that front nine, you know. Hanging in there. It was 1 under for the day.
Again, was looking for a top 10 to get himself back in a U.S. Open. To 13.
Phil Mickelson straight up the hill for birdie.
It's just another putt to the right.
Fooling everybody because that all the other hole locations on this hole this week have gone towards the water, Johnny.
Yeah, he was right pretty much in the fall line, and he started at, you know, 3 inches outside right, or pulled it a little bit. And he knows that this week is just the putter. In case you just tuned in, he putted great on Friday, but Thursday was, he said, a miserable putting round. And then, of course, yesterday was tough, and today's tough. He hasn't made but just one really good putt today.
Thing is, all these guys are in it.
I know, they still got a chance.
They're right there.
Elsa's little tap in.
And Phil, you know, if he's putting well, he'll be 5 shots ahead.
It's amazing. I mean, look at McDowell. Then he keeps dripping back and back and back. And Mickelson 3 back. Els and Havre 2 back. Dustin Johnson is amazingly still in it. It's crazy.
Seems like guys have been knocked out and they're back in there.
This guy's the X factor right here. He's got the 2-shot lead. What is he going to do with it?
This is a birdie opportunity.
100 yards to the hole, Johnny. Good yardage with the sand iron. Should spin. No, it didn't.
Good shot.
That's a tough putt, too.
To 12.
Lengthy birdie putt for Havre and Mark Rolfing. I remember in 1992, Tom Kite in the final round made a putt from about this length here at the 12th.
Yes, he did, right across the green.
Just a little bit of movement from right to left.
Six players within 4 shots of the lead on the final 9 holes, including second-ranked player in the world, Phil Mickelson, and the 7th-ranked player in Ernie Els. At 15, Brandt Snedeker began the day 11 back in a tie for 13th. This was a moment ago, and how about the back 9 that Mr. Snedeker is having? 4 birdies in the first 6 holes. 4 under on the back, best of anyone today to get to +3. He's in a tie for 7th now to 12.
Tiger for the par to remain 5 back.
Four over par on the day.
Yeah, that one a little more aggressive, but still reading too much break into it. We go up to 17.
And the second for Watson from the bunker.
This is doable from here. You got to hit it up to the right and then just trickle it on down.
Still a little magic left at 17 for Watson.
He likes it. Still smiling with his son. Nice Father's Day.
Such an important championship for Tom to win, and when he won it, not only did he say he'd been dreaming about the moment since he was 10 years old, but he did it for his father, who first put a club in his hands at Kansas City Country Club, and then Tom later dreamt of winning the U.S. Open here at Pebble Beach and beating Jack Nicklaus. And gosh, if he didn't get it done back in 1982 in his 31st U.S. Open, and the only man to play in all 5 of them here at Pebble Beach.
It's a very unusual U.S. Open at the moment.
It's a hard one to get your hands around. Usually you have a feeling. We had the feeling that it would be Dustin Johnson earlier on in the day, but we know what's happened to him. And Johnny, this illustrates your point. Final 3 pairings combined score +10 with a little bit of everything, and not one birdie on holes 8 through 10 today.
Yeah, I can see that part of it, but just really Havre is one of the few guys even par, and so is Else for the day. And the rest of the field, guys like Woods, you know, struggling at +4. But the greens are quick. Look at this.
Johnson paying respect.
They just keep trickling. That's the X factor at Pebble this week. Is the rough was easy, and you know, some of the tees were moved up. You could drive number 4. Some of the par 5s were just mid irons for these guys, but the X factor were the greens, and that's what held it all together so far.
13.
Havre with his drive out on 13.
Yeah.
We'd have to play it out to the right to avoid having to carry that 256-yard bunker there. Picked his tee up quickly. And a good bounce right into the middle. Doesn't look like anything's bothering him today.
Let's take a look at his full swing. Standard grip, pretty neutral. See how still he is. Watch his hips. See how they haven't done hardly anything at all. Left arm's really ramrod straight. The club is right on track, perfectly right there. Big shoulder turn past 90 degrees. Little lag coming down, and then a good lag and a release right on the money there. Really a fine golf swing. You wouldn't think that he is 196 in putts, 184th in sand save, 139 in scramble this year on the European Tour, and driving distance just 107th. But he's having a magical week.
McDowell just almost birdies 11. And last night, in a conversation with Graham McDowell, I asked him what it would mean to him to be the first man from Northern Ireland to win this championship.
That would be amazing stuff, you know. I mean, I'd be lying if it hasn't come into my head a few times this week. But you know, those are thoughts I've got to banish pretty quickly. You know, I've got a big job to do tomorrow. You know, I really enjoyed that experience out there today. I think I'll be really ready for it tomorrow now. I didn't play my best today. I think if I can get my swing back in the groove that it's been in all week, I'll be ready to go tomorrow. My short game's there, and you know, it'll be special to be picking up that trophy, especially on a green like this one. You know, this is a spectacular arena to be playing golf.
Well, he notices how great this venue is, but he's really not a golf historian. Aside from Tiger, he had no idea who else had won the championships here, the U.S. Opens previous to Tiger. Jag, Watson, and Kite. And that's a tough miss for Dustin Johnson.
It is, because it was just a left center putt straight uphill. It's not easy for Graham McDowell to really see all the things Dustin Johnson's been doing, because it sort of pulls you down a little bit. It really is not easy to play in front of a guy that's struggling that much.
Well, he's seen the positives and the negatives that Dustin has produced the last couple of days, and I think just as impressive as playing his own game today was playing his own game yesterday with the length that Johnson has. Out to the 14th.
Davis Love has had quite an adventure. We've seen just about everything here. Davis was way left to the green, and a beautiful flop over the tree, and the ball ran all the way down back to the front of the green. Fortunate to stop right there.
Had a lot of spin, didn't it?
It sure did.
Came in low.
Davis is a player you would expect to be there, and he is. Let's go up to 16.
Where Brandt Snedeker has this lengthy putt for yet another birdie. Big swing from right to left. This guy can putt, though, Johnny. When he gets it going, he thinks he's going to make them all.
Yeah, he putts well and putts fast.
Season par there. He'll remain at +3. We go to the 14th.
Dottie, they moved the tees up here on 14 today to see if the players could reach this green in 2.
Well, it would be 2 good hits back into the wind, and Peter, a fairway that Ernie's had trouble hitting this week, missed it right both Friday and Saturday. Yesterday in the bunker.
Got to be a little careful of those tree limbs that are right in front of him on the right if you're going to cut the corner, but should be a nice towering fade.
Well, Ernie's got the length to cut that corner.
Well, this started on an awfully good line. I think he's got to be a little careful about the run out.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Dot. It ran into that second cut of rough.
Sitting
That's
down.
bad luck right there. Let's take a look at the 14th, par 5, 550 yards in length. See the two new bunkers, one on the left and one on the right. Fairway is about 50 yards wide, and it pinches to about 24 yards right there at the second turn point. And look at the slope on this green. You can see the shaded portion of the green on the left. That's the only usable or cuppable part of this green this week. It's only 12 yards in length. It's over to 13.
Gregory Avray from right in the middle of the fairway, 170 yards away up the hill. Mark, he's hit 10 out of 12 greens today.
It's been very steady. This one's headed up the right-hand side. Should kick left.
Ooh, boy.
Might come off that hill, though.
Yeah, a little bit.
A lot.
But this is a tough putt. You got to go down the hill, into a little valley, back up the hill, and then down the hill again.
Well, at least it came off that hill.
That'll test him. Let's go back to 12.
Graham McDowell on the tee with a 5-iron. He better rip this, Johnny. This hole's playing longer than the players think.
Well, the guy's saying he's going at the flag. We'll see if it gets there.
He's yelling for it to go. The news is if you get a decent lie, you can get it up and down from that front bunker. We have seen a number of players do that earlier today. Well, Graham McDowell, 2-shot lead over 2 players. It's the final round of the 110th U.S. Open Championship. We'll be back. His second shot, lie appears to be very good, but has to land the ball on a downslope. Good nerves there, Johnny. That was nice.
What a shot after misclubbing by a full club. You see he's not even near the lip of the bunker. Hits it just perfectly.
Hold that face open, get the ball up in the air as we go to 13.
Gregory Avray with his lengthy birdie putt down the slope in the bowl. We've seen the putts from the front of green. They all stand to the center of the green here. It's a good touch for Avray. 2 back. Let's go up to 18.
This 4 par for Russell Henley. We've got quite a battle going for low amateur. The 2 amateurs to make the cut. In with a 71 at +8. Langley, Henley +8, 73. Tied for 16th, considered the best finish by an amateur in the last 35 Opens as a tie for 13th. Spencer Levine back in 2004. Back to 14.
Davis Love now for what would be a great par. That ball peeked in and said, I don't think so. Not on the 14th. Let's go back to 13.
Rolf, Tiger must have got a read off Avray's putt here.
He certainly did, but it's still not an easy putt.
Fast and pretty straight, huh?
We're almost going left here. Can you believe it at that pace?
It's one of those days, Johnny, he can't find anything to fall.
No, he can't. And it was straight. He tried to play a right edge. I think he saw the other putt go left, but he would have made it if he hit it straight in.
Let's go back to 12.
And the short par putt for Graham McDowell. All right, nice up and in. Right now, every par is a good one, Johnny.
Par's in, he probably wins.
And here comes Tom Watson. And perhaps his final U.S. Open. And there is an emotional 60-year-old Watson. Normally so in control. So fixed on the task at hand that you could bet this place has been one of the most special places in his career and his life. And he is soaking us up with his son Michael on Father's Day.
That's nice.
Years ago, Jack Nicklaus played his final U.S. Open here at Pebble. And the teary-eyed Watson knows that this could be it.
Yeah. He's had a great run. Great run in the game of golf. Been a great ambassador for the game.
Not saying we're saying goodbye to Watson at U.S. Opens, but it's tough.
Well, all good things come to an end someday.
McDowell on the tee after a great up and down, Roger.
Terrific bunker shot at the last. This now sets up well for his draw. This drawing up the left-hand side, I think will be okay, but maybe a shade farther left than he wanted it.
Yeah, it's in the fairway. Nice line there. Little draw into that left hole location.
Yeah, the swing has just got a tendency to kick it left just a little bit, and under pressure, you'll see if it costs them or not coming in. It's cost a couple bogeys already, but good play, great bunker shot by McDowell in the last hole. What an up and in under pressure.
Here's Dustin Johnson. Hang on, +9.
Going right.
That's going up the right-hand side at the bunkers. That's going to be okay.
Let's go up to 18.
Watson in the bunker. This is going to be his third.
Good spot. That's a good way to finish, Tom Watson. There you go, like a champion.
Played his very first U.S. Open here in 1972. The year that Jake won it. Played some very solid golf here, Johnny. Opened up with a 78, but then shot 71-70 and has a +5 round going today.
Yeah, that'll be for 10 over par, 4 over for the day.
He's fighting the tears here.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have.
14.
From 99 yards, straight up the hill, back into the wind.
Here, saw him miss the green left. He did a great job advancing the ball to this point.
This could be the US Open for him, right?
Just needs to get up.
That ball's going to be back. Probably in front of the green about 15 or 20 yards, unless
it picks up speed in
will
about.
it stop? No.
It's going to pick up speed right now.
Well, that's surprising with only 99 yards.
Came right out of it. Didn't even come close, Peter.
This is no bargain from here. We've seen players, we saw earlier in the telecast, players go back and forth. Look at that thing go.
Jake, Johnny, there's been thoughts about changing this green. What are your thoughts?
I think there's plenty of room up there if you hit a good shot. You just got to hit a good shot. You know, it's actually a great hole. It's the kind of hole you want. One of them. You don't want two of them, but one's enough.
Go, dig.
Well, from 86 yards out of the rough, looks like Phil and Ernie are going to be side by side. Let's go up to 18.
Tom Watson. One little putt away from saving par. Birdie actually coming out of there, and he missed it.
He wanted that so badly. I had a feeling he might do something like that, but it doesn't matter.
All of that to save his par. Rolls around and in. Let's go! Second oldest man to make a cut at a U.S. Open.
Save that ball, Tom. So much for that. Just like at the British Open, the people let him round there, let him hit.
He just plays the game with such class, such passion, and has played it so well and now into his 60s. Over to McDowell at 13.
Second shot from the left side of the fairway. Roger, 160 yards.
Which is a great angle for him, Brad. I like it for somebody who draws the ball. He can kind of shoot away from that left-hand side, use the draw, use the slope, and work it in there. But you want to keep it underneath the hole here.
He really does today. If he can hit it right at our camera tower, turn it in a little bit.
Hasn't hit the screen yet this week, guys.
He's made 3 pars here, though, Johnny. So if you can keep it in front of the green in this whole location.
He's got it right of the hole. Looks like it might need to get up a shade.
That's the best shot we've seen here in a long time. About 6 feet, Roger. Up to 14.
Hell's now with his 4th shot. You can see Phil Mickelson's going right in front of him. He had to mark his ball. They were so close. And that is a beautiful pitch. If he could save par here, that would be huge at this point in the championship.
Tied for second, 2 back, even par.
Phil Mickelson next.
I have to tell you, Peter, this was all set up by the most bizarre of seconds. He nearly took Ernie's head off with a shot from a good line in the left rough that just, it was kind of an unexplained shot that just didn't go where he was looking.
Well, Phil's the king of the flop shot. We've seen him hit so many great shots like this.
Sit.
Oh, man. That's about a foot from downhill. That took his grass away.
He was lucky he spun that ball to keep it on the fringe. It's a good.
Yeah, Phil is 3 back. Sorry, Peter, but he's 3 back. McDowell at 1 over, so he needs to get it up and in.
Here's a good angle, John. You can see how much slope is off the back and left of the 14th green. So treacherous. It's so difficult. It's a tabletop, really. There's just not much room on the back left of the green. You see from the right side of the green, you see where Ernie is standing. That right half of the green it's uncuppable. You can't use it.
Peter, if that was a table, it was a cafe table, not a dining room table. It is really tiny.
Ernie's got a putt here now that should break slightly to his left.
I don't think he needs to get it outside the hole, though, if it has a little pace to it.
We haven't seen too many train wrecks here. We've had only one other back in the 14th fairway. You see Havre will be laying up.
Very important layup.
It is, and he's playing actually out of the first cut of rough. It's a good lie, but still a little bit more uncertainty as to the flight of the ball here.
I think it's only like 22 yards wide where he's going to hit it to, with a tilt from right to left.
It's about a 6 or 7% tilt from right to left. Should be playing a cut to keep it on the hill.
That's what he has done, Peter. It's up the left side, though. Should land soft.
Now Ernie back up on the green for his par. Just lost speed.
Oh, that broke hard, though, didn't it?
Sure did.
That hurts. Yeah, a good chance to make birdie here with a good shot, and ends up making 6.
And at this point in the championship, you can't stand to give shots away like that.
Well, you said, Peter, that this hole could be pivotal, and so far it's pivotal for the first leader that's come through.
Well, there's 18 holes out here, John, and in the U.S. Open Championship, you play them 4 times. But this one seems to be the hole that sticks out in everybody's mind as they get to the backside. There's no question 8, 9, and 10 get your attention, but this week, 14 hits you like a air horn.
Yeah, 14 and 17 are very difficult holes.
On pace to be the most difficult par 5 in the last 25 U.S. Opens. 14.
Another, it's going to go. Oh, man, 2 6s here by the guys that are challenging Graham McDowell. So he, again, McDowell sort of getting a little break from the guys that are chasing him.
Well, we said it earlier. Everybody is kind of running away from McDowell the wrong direction. Let's go back to 13.
Speaking of McDowell, Roger, this putt has been missed to the right by almost every single player.
Well, there's not a lot in this putt that I can see. It's right on top of a little knob, really.
He shoved it out. It actually looked like it went to the right, and you can see him staring in disbelief. But he'll make par and stay 2 ahead. Back to 14.
Well, Tiger's hit a huge drive, and he's going for this, Mark.
Well, it's a hard enough shot with a wedge, Peter, as you've documented. How about from 242?
He wants to get it in that front bunker. That's a good spot.
Well, the front bunker would be good, but if he could sneak it up the right-hand side and run it back there, that would be ideal.
That's where he's playing. He's pulled it just a little low.
He can get it up and down from there. We've seen that most of the day, the pin in the back. Look at that. I know you wish you were here with us. We're having a great time.
McDowell sits on top, and Tom Watson, has he played his final U.S. Open? If he has, you can bet there's not a better place to do it than his favorite golf course at Pebble Beach, next to his son on Father's Day. Tough U.S. Open to figure out who's going to win it. McDowell with a 2-shot lead right now. He hasn't gotten to the par 5 14th. We've already seen Ernie Els and Phil Mickelson there record bogeys. We got the second to last group there right now, and this was what was happening while we were away, Jake.
Yeah, Gregory Havre in a great position. What a great story. Currently in second place while we're away, playing his third of the 14th, and very careless, left it to the right, and I don't have to tell you where that's going to end up.
Can't believe all these balls to the right.
The ball rolled all the way back down to the front of the green now. We come back live with his fourth shot up and over the edge of the bunker.
Barely see the flagstick from
here. This looks pretty good.
It's very good. It was very good, Mark. Hit the pin and stopped a couple of feet away. That was a huge break.
And that ball was not biting after that bounce, was it?
So back on the tee, our leader, Graham McDowell. See him teeing up way to the left.
Looks like a cut shot there.
Don't know if he's got the length. No, he doesn't. That ball carried into that bunker. Can't see it right now.
It might be near the lip, and if it is, he's going to have a tough time making par, if that's where it is.
Tiger Woods now with his third out of the front bunker. Pretty easy position, and what a beautiful shot here.
Well, I'll say.
Gorgeous shot. That's going to be the easiest birdie we've seen all day. Let's go up to 15.
Phil Mickelson.
Another wild tee shot, but he's drawn a very, very good lie this time, 136 yards.
Right off the cable.
Well, that's how good the lie was around it.
I've never seen that before.
We're still on the air.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. He gets relief from that if he would have chosen to, but that's the kind of day it's been at this U.S. Open. We don't know what's going to happen from moment to moment, but we do know this, that McDowell has the 2-shot lead over Havre, which would be one of the most unbelievable stories in U.S. Open history. We already told you that Francis Ouimet was the last back in 1913 to win this championship in his very first try, but we don't know where Havre is going to end up. He's having problems at 14, and there's McDowell's lie at 14.
Yeah, right by the lip. He probably can't hit more than, if I was guessing, maybe 9-iron or wedge, Roger.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a wedge in his hand, Johnny, and I don't think he can move this much more than 100 yards. He's got to get it up pretty quick.
That's a big miss. He hit that cut, trying to cut it around the corner. He didn't need to do that.
Well, he's got 284 to the hole, so he's going to have a lot left for his third if he gets it out of here. Okay, good contact. All right, this will be in the fairway, but he advanced it. Maybe 100 yards. That's it.
Now what do you do?
Play a real good next one.
Up on the 14th green, Havre for his par, which would be an incredible save just before him. Tiger tapped in for his birdie.
Wow, it's a great chance McDowell will make bogey here, and so that's going to bring Elf right back in there, a couple of shots, and have Ray within a shot with most likely.
Here is Els, 15, left with 101.
Definite birdie opportunity. Messed up the last wedge on the last hole.
That close to getting it back to even. '94 and '97 U.S. Open champ. If he was to win, it would be a 13-year span, the longest span between U.S. Open championships in history. And again, our thanks to the MetLife Blimp for the unique overhead views of this event. To gain a unique perspective on your own retirement, you can visit MetLife.com and learn how to strengthen your personal safety net today.
Well, if this is going to be a par, we're going to go over to 15 with Mickelson.
Johnny, the lie is actually pretty good, and where he'll have to land the ball is relatively flat. This could be hold.
He's a human high wire act.
Because those wires are sort of sticky, you know, that rubber on the wires, it'll grab the club when you hit it.
Well, back on 14, you can see our championship leader, Graham McDowell, back in the fairway with a long third.
Yeah, it's pitch distance 160 back. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
He and his caddy
That's pitching. That's
trying to figure this out. Only 162 yards left, but nobody's been able to figure this out all week, Roger.
Well, he advanced his second a little farther than I thought he might. Hit quite a good shot. Now 162, ball above his feet, hole cut back. You got to get this ball to the hole.
Let's go up to 15.
And a little putt for Ernie Els to bring him back to even within 2.
And right where he really got round 3 going yesterday, birdied here, birdied 16.
Farther than he was for the birdie try.
Man, there's going to be some guys tonight saying, "Are you kidding me?"
Oh, what better is he doing, you know?
With the one arm tied behind my back, you know.
Guthridge.
Yeah.
To 14.
Pretty good one.
The only way you can hit this on the green, I think, is with a high fade, Roger.
No,
I don't know how you can hit it with a draw.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one.
And with the ball above his feet, harder yet.
What's it, 1 in 10 to hit the top tier?
If he gets it on the right tier here, maybe more than 1 in 10, John. He's hitting a high draw.
Big right.
Just left of the hole.
I just don't think a high draw, you can stop it. You gotta hit the high, soft fade.
Watch where this ends up. There's just no room for error here, and it looked like it came to rest in a divot.
It's not too bad though. It's pretty flat back there.
It's just like it's right at that.
It was a good shot. Just almost impossible.
Els coming back for par. Okay. Avoids a disastrous bogey there. Stays at +1 within 3. And this was a moment ago back on the tee at 15. 397 yards.
Come on, Tiger. Don't let Phil overtake you, buddy. Spill the mat.
Ray drifting into the right rough. Only one player in the last 12 groups is under par today, and that's Davis Love III, who you see there at +3. Now Ray is even on his round. Graham McDowell +1, who trailed Dustin Johnson by 3 heading into this final round. If you just joined us, Dustin Johnson triple bogeyed the second, doubled the third, dropped 6 shots in the first 4 holes, 7 shots in the first 7. And so it became McDowell with the lead. As you look at Dustin Johnson's card, +9 today. And again, looked so in control after firing the 66 yesterday. Now 5 behind his playing competitor McDowell, but they are at this treacherous 14th hole where McDowell has drifted down the closely mown slope. And this is Havre from the thick rough at 15.
Not a very good lie. I would almost think he should consider leaving it short here, Johnny, because if he puts it in the right bunker, that's no good.
Front left middle edge is good, right? Putting up the hill.
That would be just fine. It's going left, but too far left.
Well, that was a very poor shot right there. That's got to be pressure. He was aiming way left. I thought he was going to play a little cut, but I think it might have been playing a cut and double crossed it.
Back to 14.
Our leader, Graham McDowell, left of the green. And we've seen players try to putt it up the slope toward the hole, and they end up going off the other side. So this is dangerous here, Roger.
That is, and as it comes up the slope, it'll throw it a little bit to the left, but it's such a steep embankment, Peter, that they're coming up. It's really hard to judge the speed, and the grass is cut so close. If it doesn't get a hop or two coming off the putter, I could see where you could putt it right off on the other side. This is carrying a lot of speed.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's gonna stop, folks. If it stops, I think it will.
Oh, he's lucky. That's the first one we've seen today.
A little bit like Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, exactly.
Third shot yesterday.
He doesn't realize how lucky he is right now, Roger. He's acting like, oh, it's bad, but man, it could have been a lot worse.
It's like more rotations of the ball. It could have gone right down off the front.
It's like playing roulette golf. You just never know what's going to come up. Let's join Bob Costas.
All right, and we are joined by Tom Watson. What a day for you. You threw the ball into the water. Reminiscent
of what you want to do that.
Well, you did it back in '82, so I guess that was a tip of the cap to that moment, right?
It was. You know, this Stillwater Cove, you give her her due. If she doesn't take it off the tee, give her a ball or two.
You had the virtual tap in for the birdie. Somehow that missed, and then around and around for the par to drop.
Yeah, just a lousy stroke in the short stroke. I wasn't thinking too much about making it. I was just kind of thinking about the emotion of the situation, really, honestly.
Let's take a look at a birdie that you did make back on the 4th, one of the highlights of what could be Tom Watson's last U.S. Open round.
Yeah, I hit a little sand wedge in here and made a good left to right putt right there to go 1 under par for the day. It was a nice start. My son's back there and smiling in the background.
That was an emotional walk up 18. Here it is with your son Michael on the bag.
Yeah, I started thinking about him on my bag, and the tears start to flow a little bit, and everything else started to kind of rush in the old heart there, and it was that made a nice bunker shot at 18, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
That was
you
all
did
right.
To set up the birdie opportunity.
Yeah.
This doesn't belong in my hands. It belongs in yours. Does it look familiar to you?
That does look kind of familiar to me. That has to be that Wilson wedge that I chipped it in 1982, right there.
On 17.
I kind of wear out the middle of it there, don't I?
But you know what? That is the difference between my club and yours. It's worn in only one area.
I thank David Graham for this. David gave me this right out of his garage. He had about 20 of them.
We got to go out to 14. Our thanks to Tom Watson.
So McDowell for his par, leaving it just a bit short.
Let's go, Graham.
So another drop shot.
Almost all the leaders are making 6 here.
You go to 14, you pay the toll, move on.
Well, if everybody makes a 6, it's a non-event, right, Peter?
We haven't seen too many others, as they call them. Just a lot of bogeys. Let's go back up to 15.
Third for Havre. Long bunker shot. And delivered beautifully.
And right underneath the hole for a pretty straight putt.
You think about how Havre got into this championship as a qualifier with some clutch putts just to be here to 17, and Davis Love with a 4-iron
birdie finish would be good, but better watch out. He doesn't like it at all. And like I told you, the ocean
in play, and there it went.
Well, saying if you pull it about 25 feet, which is not hard to do on a hole that's this long, you are in the bay.
Tiger for birdie at 15. Is that enough? That was a bid for 2 in a row.
And he knows he needs to make some birdies. The worst McDowell's going to do, I think, is maybe +1. And so that makes a guy like Woods who's +3 have to make a couple birdies to get in the playoff.
16.
Ernie Els with his second shot.
Just a step inside 150 yards, Gary, but he can't see one whisper of this flagstick. Nothing. It's right behind that tree. Touch of a downhill lie into the wind.
Is that left?
It is left, right at the center of the green.
And that's going to go away from the hole.
Exactly right. Now the green slopes so severely from players right to left. For birdie, slow putt up the hill.
I can't say anybody's playing real well today, Gary. I'd like to say someone is. I got to give Havre some kudos, but not almost. But somebody's going to win this thing.
Mickelson second.
Now a little kinder shot there. A good look at it, Gary. Got to go some.
That's a really bad miss, short-sided.
Oh, I took a chance, Bones. Didn't pay off.
I took a chance. Didn't pay off. As we go to 15.
Havre to stay at even 1 back.
Not a hard putt, but just pressure.
Stays it even. Just out of the gap. But again, with a 6 off the pace. He's crept within 1 of McDowell. So you've got a man from Northern Ireland and then France, the top 2 on the leaderboard. And then South Africa's Ernie Els. And here's McDowell on the tee behind.
Going with the hybrid. Sets up nice for a draw down the right side. And he likes it. Roger's probably handy. And you can see this ball right here going down the middle. No problem. Keeps trickling down into this little low, and that's a birdie opportunity right there, and he could use a birdie about right now, couldn't he?
He's made just 1 back at the 5th. It's all about minimizing the damage in a U.S. Open, and McDowell and Havre have done the best job so far. At the 15th, leader by 1, Graham McDowell, positioned beautifully in the fairway at 15. And it is amazing that he is even here. We'll get into that story in just a moment. We go to 16 first with Els.
Lengthy putt. Up the hill, very slow. Gives it again. Oh, good try.
Johnny, you've been alluding to no one taking charge of this U.S. Open. What do you think are the biggest factors for that? Was it the course or just the players that we're seeing here not being able to get it done?
Well, the course average today is 74.9, actually lower than yesterday. It's 468s. Jim Herman, Bo Van Pelt, and Curtis Matt Kuchar. And the bottom line is nobody's playing well. It's open pressure. They're just really hitting some less than quality shots. So I really think the course is tough, but
in the moment on a Sunday at the Open, the combination of a ball from McDowell,
you know that 14th hole, you don't have to play that poorly, but all those guys succumb to it and just poor shots.
Back to 16.
Lengthy par putt for Mickelson. Remember, his second was short and to the right.
He really hit as good a third as he could have, Gary, and just leaving himself playing defense way too often.
Heard him say to Bones after the second he took a chance and he did not pull it off. He pays the price. And he will drop to +3. Back on the tee at this short par 4. Just a moment ago, Havre with his tee shot. What he's trying to do is put the ball in position on the top of the hill, some 240 yards or so off the tee. He has done that beautifully.
Talk talked about McDowell being lucky to be in this championship. How about the way, again, that Gregory Havre got in by way of a 6-for-5 playoff in a sectional qualifying at Walton Heath in England 3 weeks ago. That is how he got into the playoffs, sinking that huge 45-footer, and this is how he actually got into the U.S. Open. He was calm, cool, and collected about the way he got in. This was another guy here, fellow Frenchman Jean-Francois Lucan, making his putt to eliminate a guy in advance, and he jumps into the shoulders of Havre. Lucan wasn't able to make the cut here, but now you've got Havre here in one of the most unlikely scenarios in U.S. Open history, with a chance to win it all, playing with Tiger Woods and outgunning him here.
Pretty good line for Tiger here, although the turn comes in now. Really
the worst rough on the entire golf course.
Gary, it's really been the iron shots, even the ones that he's hit off the tee, that have been totally errant today.
A lot of pulls to the left, and that is a shot he absolutely hates to hit. Hates to miss the ball to the left.
Good one. To the flag, give me the shot. Yeah. Yeah, the middle of the green's a good goal. Yeah, but stop there. I know, exactly, yeah, you've got it. That's all you need to do. No, it's a nice one, yeah. Just saying,
Gary, I'm not totally sure that Havre knows where he stands at the moment exactly. I think he knows he's close, but this would not be the time to try and attack this thing. He's got to keep it a little left.
You can tell by the graphic there, he's the only player in the final 3 pair who's not over par for the day.
I think you can hit it right at the flag. It's just going to end up left.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't want to miss to the right. That's the one place you cannot go. We just saw that with Mickelson.
Perfect shot is right at the flag. Just kicks left, and you got a little short left, and you got an uphill straight putt.
This one is a mile in the air toward the front left part of the green.
Following the ball away from the hole.
Pretty much expected there. Not bad.
Up at 17.
This was a moment ago. Players champion Tim Clark with his second shot from behind the green.
This is really hard from here. I mean, that's a great shot.
Net for Tim Clark.
That is a crazy great shot. He couldn't do that again in another 50 balls because he just couldn't stop it inside 10 feet. Unless you landed short of the green, which he did, and just trickled in. What a shot.
Can you imagine if that had been for a U.S. Open title?
That was a lot tougher than
Mr. Watson moved
championship.
aside, exactly. And here is McDowell for birdie at 15.
You could use a little cushion.
He thought he had it. He had the early walk. He was going to walk that into 2 under. So close.
He needed that one.
Talked about how fortunate he is to be in this field. 3 weeks ago, he wasn't sure he had done enough in the BMW Championships at Wentworth. He finished 28th and had 3 players here in the States, Brian Gay, Scott Verplank, and Michael Sim. Had they birdied the final hole in the Byron Nelson Championship in the U.S., he would have lost out. He would have been knocked out of the top 50, and then he said he had no plans to try and qualify because he wanted to gear up for a tournament next week in Germany. But McDowell very close to not even being here, just like Havre. But here they are battling it out for the U.S. Open Championship.
Again, we haven't seen a European win in the United States Open since 1970.
The 16.
Shot for Woods. You can see just how long this rough is, just grabbing his club as he makes those practice strokes.
It is a horrible lie, one of the worst I've seen all week.
We go ahead to 17.
Ernie Els has not hit the green yet. 4 over at 17.
Yeah, double in round 1 and then followed 2 bogeys. This is a 5-iron.
Second toughest hole on the golf course. The most difficult hole on the golf course for the week.
This is a high hook right at the flagstick.
Just way short. I mean, not even close. A club and a half short. He's saying the wind was into me. I thought it was a cross.
Tee at 16.
Graham McDowell, who has driven the ball beautifully today. He's hit 10 of 12 fairways so far.
Hybrid club here, starts it up to right, drawing back. This should be fine. Should be in the middle.
Up to 18.
And Davis Love coming off the double at 17. You saw him go into the ocean, and now the second shot right along that shoreline.
Well, that's quite the tee shot if that's his drive. And boy, that had to.
There and two with an eagle try upcoming.
Wow, what a drive on the second shot.
Boy, if he hadn't have doubled 17, eagle with 18 could have put him in it. A lot of those could have, would has here today on this Sunday. 16.
Very lengthy putt for birdie. Very slow.
Yeah, direction not really as big an issue as distance here. You'd like to keep it below the hole if you could. If you don't make it, obviously.
This is got a chance. It's got a chance. Man, what a play to 17.
Mickelson.
Oh, that's a fiver. He had it right. Well right.
Skips over toward the 18th tee.
So tough. 79 players have come to 17. 7 have hit the green in regulation out of 79 tries.
What's tougher than 17 is trying to figure out who's going to win the 110th United States Open. 14 and 17 have really taken their toll, and McDowell still has the tough par 3 to negotiate.
Welcome back at 16. Tiger Woods for his par. Big swing right to left. All right, he knocks that one in, but not the day that Tiger was looking for. +4 in his round.
Well, he's going to need like a birdie eagle finish to have a chance.
Back at 17.
Mickelson from one of those drop zones.
Well, it actually ended up there, Dan, after he struck a volunteer in the chest. Wonderful shot.
In typical Mickelson fashion, he might make it 3 still.
Fantastic.
But he's 4 behind. And up at 18, Davis Love for eagle.
Watch how this breaks. One of the leaders might need it.
Getting a +3. This would be the lead in the clubhouse, but that is way out to the left.
I'm not sure which putt he was reading, but it wasn't that one.
Back to 17 and else.
It's a clean lie, but with very, very little green to work with. Got to play it out slightly right.
So both Ellis and Mickelson with par putts at 17. And if Ellis can scramble for a par here and get to 18, pick up a birdie, maybe post even par, Johnny, that is in the neighborhood.
Yes, it is, but needs some help, huh?
McDowell still has to get to 17. He's over
Bring
at
me
16.
down on the. Say again?
Looking at the piece of bunker in the back of the green there.
Yeah, the back, right edge of that big grandstand's perfect.
Last minute instructions.
The 60 shot with that.
164 left here, and
all up.
This just doesn't match his shot
You've
shape.
got a
Anything that's
64
moving
or-
left has got to kick hard left of the hole, doesn't it?
Maybe
Yes.
8.
56. Definitely some wind there, though, isn't it?
Not a lot, though. 8 does it for me.
I think we
mean,
need
this
David
flag's
Fairty.
dead. There's not masses in there at the minute.
We've got a little indecision here between 7-iron and 8-iron.
The reason I like the 7 was just for the shape, but I mean, I don't have to go smoking this either, do I?
No.
Just had a good solid one.
Yep.
Those
Probably
accents
take it
just
more out the pin, just
They're
left
fun.
it with a shape, you know?
Yeah, on the 3 guys, yeah, perfect.
Right at the grandstand, his caddy said, Roger.
toward the center of the green.
Funnel all along. It's going to funnel all the way to the left edge of the green, just where we saw Havre putt from a moment ago as we go ahead to 17.
Big par putt for Ernie.
Just hit and hope. Just when you got to hit it that softly, it just, any break, it just moves it one way or the other.
Well, he will look back at this hole this week and think this is where the championship was lost if he does not do something miraculous at the 18th.
He slips to +2, 3 behind McDowell. Another look at the delicate stroke.
You can see it just sort of wobbling along, and it's so hard to read those. And you'll look back at number 10. I think also, Dottie, that hole just hit the bad drive right and just hit the third shot also in the hazard.
He dropped 5 shots on 17 alone this week. Else did. Now Mickelson for par to stay at +3.
Get up and in as usual.
Yep, that's zone 3. Just a couple of groups left to handle the 17th. And they feature 2 guys on top of the board. Dowell and Havre. Back on tee is Tiger and Havre. Mark.
Dan, when Havre walked onto this tee, it was a thunderous ovation, and he kind of walked up onto the tee and just stopped for a second and sort of gazed around at the crowd and shook his head, and it was almost like he was saying, what is going on here? And then he just broke into a big smile, and it was just an amazing scene. People really embracing him right now.
Could be one of the most amazing stories in the history of this championship if Havre can pull it off. It's 1 behind.
Here's Tiger. Good show himself. Is that coming back?
It is coming back. It's very high. Will it carry?
That's why not many people are hitting the screen, because that was a good shot, and the green is just not receiving. The shot is 219 yards. I'm just not sure if the green is soft enough to really receive a 219-yard shot.
Johnny Havre does not have the kind of swing that looks like it would generate a whole lot of club head speed and thus not a lot of spin, but he has spun the ball quite well today. Likes a little bit of a draw as his general shot.
Well, I'm sure he's as nervous as he's ever been. The hole, in case you want to see it, folks, is right in this area here. And the ocean is just 14 steps left of where you're hitting at 219 yards. Don't go left.
It is not left. It's toward the right part of the green. It will need to bite, I think.
Working with the bank. He's got enough green to work with. I went in every bunker today saying, okay, if the guy hits it here, does he have a shot? He has a good shot from there.
Back at 16.
Into the eyes of Graham McDowell as he lines up this lengthy putt for a birdie.
Well, it's slowing uphill here. I think he'll try to move right initially through the first half of the putt. It should straighten up in the area of the hole a little bit, shouldn't it?
Yes, it certainly will, Roger. Try to go back to the left.
Carrying good pace.
It's nicely done. Said he would finish up. He wants to go ahead and tap that in. We'll go up to 18.
Phil Mickelson has already hit his tee shot in play here. Now Ernie 3 behind.
Want to aim at those 2 trees and play a draw. It's a perfect shot with a 3 metal. There's the draw. You can see it. And I hope he played for it. And he does. And you can reach the green from there, no problem.
Par putt for Dustin Johnson. Second shot just got through the back of the green.
Shooting a big number, shooting in the 80s, huh?
Well, that will make Making +4 for the championship. That means he was 10 over par for the day.
Car's in for 81. And it won't be easy to sleep tonight.
Up to 17.
And Havre looking around the edge of this bunker, coming up onto the green.
He does have a lot of green to work with. You're right, Johnny. I think the most difficult part of this shot is the ball will be above his feet. And it's real easy to hit behind it too far in that situation. Not to mention the 71st hole of the U.S. Open.
Well, the worst part about his stats, he's 184th in sand saves in Europe. And so maybe that's all from the side. It's been an inspired Open championship for him. He's 7 out of 11 up and ends this week, which is very good. Seems like he's a new man. I don't know, maybe if he wins this, we can say, what the heck have you done in the last week or so to turn this on? He's going to kick left and roll left, and you want to keep it short of the hole, so an uphill putt, I think. Short left would be great. About a foot short left. It's a good shot, but it leaves himself a very, very difficult putt. And he knows it.
And Tiger's next, just off to the right. A beautiful birdie here yesterday, part of his back nine 31 and third round 66, where he read the break and the speed just exactly right.
Good little chunk in the triple.
And Ernie looking for eagle here at 18, which could give him an even score in the clubhouse.
226 yards total, Dan, 217 to the front, where it's very steep.
It's been only 3 eagles ever on this 18th hole in the 5 U.S. Opens played here.
Let's see if he can hit the shot of his life and maybe make eagle. Most people, Dottie, leave this right.
This is a 3-iron. This was absolutely fanned.
Well, it's a good miss. He's a great bunker player. Wouldn't be out of the question to come close to holding that.
Got a chance from there. Second for Mickelson.
226.
And you can see where he's aiming, Dottie. He's aiming out sort of over the ocean and maybe trying to bring it back a little draw.
You wouldn't expect him to do anything else, would you?
No, he's got to go.
It's headed for the same bunker where Ernie is.
Yeah, that's where he's going to hit it, and that's a nice uphill lie.
Back at 17. Huge putt for Havre to stay at even one behind.
You're right. This is the biggest putt of his life. This gives cushion to Graham McDowell if he misses.
Didn't hit it.
Right in the middle of the hole, perfectly read.
So Havre back to +1. Cushion is now 2 for McDowell.
I can't say that that's a terrible score on this hole because it's playing 3.5, and with the pressure, I didn't really think McDowell would probably par it either. So there's a good chance that it'll only be a 1-stroke lead going into 18 for McDowell.
Tiger for par. Stays a +3. Tiger's in a tie for 4th right now.
Like I said tonight, you're gonna guys like Woods, Elf, Mickelson, Love. If they don't win, Dustin Johnson are gonna sit up tonight.
It's not a monster one. I can hit this in there and live like I want.
That thing so easily.
Yeah, time with the front though. Yeah.
Maybe it's a good thing that Graham McDowell is not a golf historian and doesn't know all of the history here at 17 and how the past champions have gotten it done with Nicklaus's 1 iron back in '72 and the Watson chip in '82.
Well, if he can hit the left side of the green here, this will be the shot of his life, Roger Maltby.
You bet it will. This is a 4 iron, John. Wind feels like it's almost starting to come against.
I think it's enough club. That
maybe it's very high. It's turning just a little left. I think it's really got to go.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close. You know, I think they're misjudging the wind. That's a long bunker shot. You can see. I think that is tough. That is crazy tough.
You got the drop? Yeah.
Especially with what is on the line here.
You could have hit a 3 iron for all it was worth and not get it past the flag.
Tee at 18, Tiger Woods.
And he is looking right down the line of the coast here, Johnny.
Yes, he is. He's looking right there. Instead of drawing, he used his speed, and he's hitting a power fade. It's sitting up, though, but not sitting up. Well, I don't know. It's not too bad, but it's not great.
And up ahead, third for Ernie Els.
Perfectly flat lie. Got a downhill hooking wind. Got to give it room out to the right, much as he needed to at the last hole.
He has always been a great bunker player.
Well, this tempo sets you up to be a great bunker player without even trying.
Wow. All right, came close. Came close to an eagle. Another birdie putt to post +1. Now have Ray back on the tee. Now 2 behind.
His eyes are looking, aiming just inside that tree. Can he pull it off? Maybe make eagle. Beautiful tempo, beautiful swing,
and a good-looking shot. If it goes just left of the tree.
And there he is.
He's through.
He's at less than 230 yards.
He's in the goal zone. Mickelson up ahead with his third.
Almost hops in the hole. Not a very good shot for Phil. He had enough room to land it just over the bunker.
Final 3 groups of the golf course, and the final group is Graham McDowell. 2 shots clear of Havre in the Open. That is one of the great scenes in all of golf. Final 2 holes to decide a U.S. Open championship at Pebble at 17. McDowell from the bunker. Roger.
A lot of sand to cover, not much green to work with. This is a tough bunker shot.
Can't land it much better than that, Roger.
About as good as he could do, John. He's going to have 10 feet or so, maybe a little bit more coming down the hill.
There were some bad things that could have happened there. He could have left it in the bunker. Here's Els' birdie putt.
Mickelson has already missed his birdie. Els for the lead in the clubhouse at +1.
Had to make that, Ernie. You had to make that. You deserved it. Good bunker shot, and just pushed a little.
+2 is the lead right now.
And that is
but it's going to be a little too little. And Mickelson finishes up with a 73 +3 for the championship. So he'll be chasing another U.S. Open next year at Congressional after finishing 2nd in this U.S. Open, a record 5 times, the latest last year at Bethpage. So final 2 groups. Tiger out in the rough at 18, Mark.
And it is rough. So I'm not sure what he's going to try and do here.
He might be trying to scoot it down there in that right bunker.
Now, hit it hard. Be just short of the green, but pretty good shot over there.
I think it's a really good shot. He's trying to hit some low draw and maybe pull off a miracle, but maybe hole it out. He's figuring.
Starts on the edge of the shot and puts you 185, like the number you said. That's perfect. It's that's a good one, though. It's a good one with this, yeah.
This was one impressive tee shot by Havre here. He's got just 224 to the hole. It's gotten chilly, though, and the wind is right in his face.
Well, if he can handle wrist pressure, I am so impressed. Impressed with the tee shot, impressed with the whole round, and see what he's got here.
Just the 4th major championship he's ever played in. First U.S. Open.
Starts again with it, okay?
Okay, so before he plays that second shot over at 17. Par attempt for McDowell. Drops back to even.
Man.
So Havre, as he plays this shot, is just 1 back.
Ten over. 10 over.
Just a little right, but it is turning left. Kick straight.
He's still in a great spot. If he could get this up and in, it's going to put the pressure on McDowell to have to make birdie.
Definite birdie possibilities for Havre at 18. McDowell has slipped to even. We'll be right back. Right back here at Pebble Beach with a final group. Graham McDowell at the 18th. Up 30 yards today, the tee. Again, enticing players to reach it in 2. 513 is the yardage.
You know, that cutout that's out there that fell into the ocean is really in play if you hit that draw on, too much draw. And so there's, you get OB to the right, ocean left, and all this pressure. He knows you're a man from Great Britain, having won this thing since 1970, and all the pressure that goes with it and how it changes his life. And what's really exciting is to see a guy with all those things I know going through his mind. He's a very intelligent guy. He has got to overcome all that and somehow keep it simple and stick to basics and hit that little power hook out there off those 2 trees. But he's going to go with the driver. He's not playing chicken.
Just inside that.
I'm not sure I'd give him this if I was caddying for him.
About 8 seconds of the yellow roof open center.
He's got a lot of confidence there.
Yeah, you want just left of the tree. Just left of the trees and goes in a rough, so be it. Okay, right center. Yeah, exactly, right center.
Nobody from Northern Ireland has won this championship. Nobody from France has won it.
Don't forget Stevie.
This is right at the trees, John.
Catch a lie.
That's a good lie.
First cut.
It's a really good lie. I think sitting up a little bit, and he's trying to find some saliva.
That's exactly right. Long day here. Tiger up ahead. 3rd shot.
He's got to make it.
That was on tape. Well, McDowell was hitting his tee shot behind. And now Havre from this bunker.
It's a good lie, a little bit on the upslope. Shouldn't be much of a problem.
It sure isn't this could be made. It's actually not a hard bunker shot. Just sort of chunk and run if you want. Just get it out and let it run up there. Chance to make birdie and put super pressure on McDowell's. Probably force McDowell to have to go for the green if he makes his putt. You know, otherwise McDowell could lay it up just short of the bunker where Tiger was and chip it up there and 2-putt and win the
guys,
Open.
it's fun, right? That's great.
You're making me
crazier than anybody in the booth here, I'll tell you that. His dad
Happy
here.
Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Yep.
My dad's out there somewhere though.
Kenny is his father. He wanted him to be here. He had never seen this great coastline at Pebble Beach, which reminds Graham so much of his homeland in Portrush, Northern Ireland. His mother is home watching. They watch every shot of his golfing career if they can, keep track of him on the internet. And he said it was such a special treat to have his father here on Father's Day, who had never seen this Pebble Beach coastline. and was the guy responsible for first putting a golf club in his hands and turning him on to this game of golf. Up ahead, it's Tiger for birdie.
Tough putt to read. Just doesn't come back. It's pretty straight.
The 10 years after the most dominating performance in championship history, Tiger Woods shoots 75 on the final day. Began the day 5 off the pace, and many thought we might see again the old Tiger making a charge on Sunday, but not to be. Although he's going to finish high on a leaderboard again for the second time this season after a good finish at the Masters.
His tee to green game sort of failed. He only hit half the greens today, and he's going to look at this too, that he could have won this.
Pretty amazing when you think about him leading the stage now for Gregory Avray.
Yeah, let's say it.
Only one Frenchman has even won a major. It came at the 1907 British Open. French golfers probably more remembered for what Jean Van de Velde did at the 1999 British Open. Try to think of one who stands out. They've had a lot of fine golfers in the past, but this would be the biggest moment certainly in that country's golfing history and sporting history. Be right up there.
Just moves a little left, Roger. Not much break. Not a hard putt for right-hander. Maybe right edge and knock it in. He just really pulled it badly. That's just so much pressure. I mean, it is really a lot of pressure on anybody. We're so used to Tiger and Phil and people making them at Augusta at the end, but the U.S. Open pressure is tough.
Okay, since now a par will win it for McDowell, I mean, this is going to change the strategy here.
We just got hit in the middle of the green, Kenny, you know, so we want to just chip the ball away some clubs.
They saw that miss. They knew what it was. They knew if he didn't make that, it changes all the strategy. Just he has a beautiful chance to just lay it up and short, and just hit a wedge in there and 2-putt. But this is no gimme either. And sometimes you have a letdown after you have a chance to really force a playoff, and you think you're out of it now. You got to keep your concentration, which he is.
Here, it's a great week for Havre, who just came out of nowhere in the qualifier. So now it's all on Graham McDowell's shoulders.
I don't want you to do anything you're not comfortable with.
That's it.
Play the way you want to play. Play the way you want to play.
I just don't want to hit 2-iron and squirt it out soft, you know, and leave myself in no man's land.
Clear decisions. Clear decisions. Yeah, 9-iron down there and the sun wedge on. That's the way we do it. Come on.
Pitch the 8-iron. What's the all up?
Well, that's going to go too far, isn't it?
Wind hurting her. Soft lie.
Yeah, you're going to leave yourself 80 yards.
Okay. We got all up 240?
240. 233. So you've gone away. If you did 145 down that right hand side, you're going to leave yourself on 90 anyway.
Like on the end of the center there?
Yeah.
Right edge of that grandstand?
Right edge of the grandstand.
Layup strategy in place, John.
Yes, sir. He's trying to hit at the end of the grandstand on the right with a little draw, a little low trap draw.
Okay, this will be fine. Really not a low trap draw, but
it's just a full 8-iron, I think is what it was, Roger.
Yeah, and just leave himself a wedge to the green.
Even though that's a very narrow little spot, he just hit that too.
You'd like to think you could hit it with an 8-iron, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
All
that's why his caddy said to do that.
Dustin Johnson now.
You're not the right. Those
leader
flags
by
up there are the
3.
only ones you're thinking about.
Headed into this final round before it all came unraveled.
175 front. Yeah, you can.
Triple, double, bogey stretch.
You know, the
42, outward 9.
It even lands 5 short with left of the bunker.
And then even a couple of bogeys at 16 and 17, dropping to +5.
Well, he came unraveled in this tee shot. 184 left to the hole.
Big high towering approach shot here. Well, that's sort of what we expected him to do most of the day and win this United States Open, but 2 putts out for 80, I think.
Instead, it's Graham McDowell stealing the spotlight. Laid up perfectly. You know, when you think of golfers from Northern Ireland, there's a couple that come to your mind before Graham McDowell, Darren Clark, the veteran entertaining guy to watch, and then Rory McIlroy, the young 21-year-old who didn't even make the cut here, but McDowell and McIlroy are good friends as we throw it down to Mark Rolfe.
Thank you very much, Dan. Tiger, when you look back on today, what will you take positive out of this round today?
Not a whole lot. I was telling Stevie we made 3 mental mistakes today, and all thing it cost us was a chance to win the Open.
All right. Well, you gave it a good shot, but didn't get there.
Thanks, man.
The third here for McDowell.
Well, he was looking for 100 yards to the hole. He's got 99.
And you do not want to hit it just short of hole high because it'll spin all the way down the bank and maybe even into that bunker. Gotta get past the hole over to the right.
Well, this is a solid shot behind the hole right, it looks like.
That's very nicely done. Perfectly done.
2 putts from there to win what he's been dreaming about for a long, long time.
I can't help but wonder who's more nervous, Mr. McDowell or David Feherty right now.
Talking about Rory McIlroy, who of course is the 21-year-old up-and-coming superstar, and McDowell actually credits Rory.
Or am I just a little nervous? Probably a second. Probably a ladder. Come on!
I'll tell you, he's been cool. He's a sharp cookie. He's a fun guy. The more you get to know him, the better it gets.
Yeah, to know Graham McDowell is to like him. He is one of those guys that is just so friendly. You feel like you've known him forever when you met him just once.
Exactly.
And that's an Irish trait, isn't it? It's just an easy-going way. They play this game with a passion. It's in their blood.
He's going to get over this putt, though. He's going to say, how do you cozy it down there for a tap it? How do you do that?
Dustin Johnson's eagle try will come first.
Where are you, Roger? You up by the green?
I am, John, right behind the green here. And from the fairway, I thought McDowell's shot was closer to the hole. I didn't realize it was quite that deep.
But you know, if he would have hit just short of the hole, it could suck all the way down off the green into that bunker or near it.
Oh, absolutely. With that false edge in front, you just get it spinning back some, and it would come right off.
Let's go to Jimmy Roberts.
All right, Dan, thanks very much here with Phil Mickelson. Phil, a 73 for you today, 3 over for the championship. Safe to say that this pretty much all came down to putting?
It could have, yes, you could say that. I thought when I made that putt on the first hole that this was going to be a great day, and when you saw that Dustin made a triple early, it was anybody's ball game. And I had a number of opportunities there on the first 6-7 holes to get well under par and to really take advantage of those birdie holes, and I didn't do it. And but again, I love the fact that I had an opportunity to win. I love the fact that we had the U.S. Open here at Pebble Beach.
All right, Phil, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Jimmy.
And that putt will show Graham McDowell just how quick it is. I think that was an important putt for him to see, Roger.
I'd agree, John. This is all about pace. I mean, there's not enough break in the putt to fool you or make you miss badly.
No.
It's all about the speed.
Trying to stay in the routine. Last player from the United Kingdom of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland to win a major, Paul Lawrie, 99 British Open at Carnoustie. Had not been a lot of major champions from the UK since World War II, as Dustin Johnson misses the birdie try.
Well, Graham didn't need to see that. What a day.
82 for Dustin Johnson. It's the highest final round by a 54-hole leader in the U.S. Open since an 83 turned in by Fred McLeod all the way back in 1911.
Well, Roger, what do you think?
I think my heart's beating fast. I don't know about his.
Talked about his father, Kenny. Brought out here for Father's Day. First look at Pebble Beach, and on Father's Day to see your son win a U.S. Open. I don't know how it gets any better than that.
It's just a gentle little downhill putt that's not super scary. It will not run off the green if you're 3 feet by, but just breaks which it's a touch to the right, Roger.
Yeah, John, he's almost, because he's left of the hole as the golfers play, he's almost kind of going back uphill a little bit for the first part of it. And then it starts to flatten out. But I don't think it's overly speedy from here.
No, it isn't. Just cozy it down there. It's good speed. It's very good speed. Still not a gimme by any means. In these pressure, you're thinking of a lot of things.
His last start a couple of weeks ago in Wales. In the last 80 years, only 4 players have won this championship coming off a victory in their previous start. There's just one little putt left here to grab the United States Open. And Graham McDowell's dream has come true. From Northern Ireland, he's a U.S. Open champion at Pebble Beach.
Ken Conroy is.
And here comes his dad. First time at Pebble.
You're some kid. You're some kid. You're some kid. Come on. Watch out, we're going to wonder. Come on. Brendan. Okay, enjoy this, right? Don't let me get hit.
You're some kid, his dad said. He's some golfer. And that's some kind of nerve.
I talked to him after the round yesterday. He says, I'm in perfect position. I like where I am. He had lost his lead.
And all week long he told us, I'd be lying if I haven't thought about picking up that trophy.
Oh, yeah.
He's not too long away from picking it up for real.
Oh, man, that's a wonderful win.
'74 by Graham McDowell. It's the highest final round by a champion in a quarter century, but on a difficult golf course on a day where a lot of the best players in the world had a hard time handling the moment. It's 30-year-old Graham McDowell from Northern Ireland who sits on top of the board. Let's go down to Mark Rolfing.
Gregory, it was a valiant effort. You came up just short, but describe what it was like for you that last hour when you knew you had a chance to win the U.S. Open.
It was good. It was really good. I was playing fine. Started really strongly with some very good shots. It was a very good start for me to be confident. And on these last holes, I was thinking that I was able to do it because I was playing fine and my putting since 3 days. And today was good enough to expect the best. And I was confident, but yeah, it's a shame that this putt on 17 and on 18 are not as good as the other ones. It's been 70 great putting holes, and those 2 ones, it's a shame.
What about the putt at 18? What went wrong there?
Well, I just pulled it. I mean, I probably look at it too quick, and it started straight over left, and I knew from the beginning that it was long and under the hole, which is probably the very bad putt. Hopefully I hold the next one because it was a bit bumpy there and not that short. So I was obviously happy at least to make a 5 there.
When you arrived at Pebble Beach this week, did you have any idea this could happen to you?
No, of course not. I mean, it's my first ever US Open. I qualified. I held a 50-footer to qualify, to go in a playoff in world tennis and make it. And all of a sudden, I play Sunday with Tiger. It's a bit of a what can I say? A bit of a way till that, but very exciting. And but I knew I had some chance, and I played everything, thinking I was able to win it. And it's a shame I come one short. Yeah.
Congratulations on a great show.
Thanks a lot.
Dan.
Thank you, Mark. France comes close, but it's Northern Ireland, reminiscent of the shores here at Pebble Beach, and Graham McDowell, who win the 110th United States Open Championship at Pebble Beach by 1 shot.
Come on, Kenny! Come on!
Kenny McDowell sprints out for a hug. Back with a presentation to the latest U.S. Open champion, Graham McDowell, when we come back to Pebble. And he's coming out with the president of the United States Golf Association, Jim Hyler. Three-shot comeback behind Dustin Johnson.
That's a wonderful finish for European golf. Finally a winner, and not only a winner, but a second place Frenchman, Harvey.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the champion of the 110th United States Open, Graham McDowell.
Graham, congratulations. When Gregory Havre did not make birdie at 18, how, if at all, did that change your approach?
Yeah, wow. I had 220 front edge, and I was debating whether to have a go on 2. And obviously, when I saw Greg miss his putt, I completely bailed out of that idea and got the 9-iron out, left myself my nice number, 100 yards, and somehow just trying to get it onto the green, and did that. And you know, it's so difficult to win a golf tournament, let alone a major championship. And great playing from Greg today. I mean, he played fantastic golf the last couple of days, and I'm just so thrilled to get over the line.
If I've got my time zones right, it's around 2:30 in the morning in Ireland. Are they watching?
I think they'll be watching. There'll be a few pints of Guinness maybe going down right about now.
Are the pubs still open, or will they keep them open?
Well, I think they might extend drinking hours a little bit tonight. Hopefully, my mum's in Spain, so I hope she's watching. If she is, I love you, Mum. I'll see you very soon. My dad's in the crowd. Obviously, a proud moment to have him here. So many great friends here this week, and so many Irish people in the crowd cheering me on. And I don't know what it is about the Irish. They just seem to get everywhere, But yeah, I just can't explain how I feel right now. It's amazing.
You said before this final round, if the golfing gods smile on me, maybe I can come out of here with a trophy. They did.
I guess they did. I just can't believe how difficult this golf course was. I kept my head down pretty much until about I bogeyed 10, and I had a little peek at the leaderboard to see what was going on, and no one was going crazy, and I couldn't believe it. you know, I really just tried to stay calm in that back nine, and you know, I really did. I did a great job of it. It's there's bogeys out here, though. Doesn't matter how good you play. I mean, Mr. Davis sets an unbelievable golf course up. I think everyone really enjoyed the test this week. It was fair. Fair, you know, good golf got rewarded, and you know, bad golf got punished pretty badly. But you know, I just you know, can't thank the green staff enough this week. The golf course was wonderful. I mean, marshals, the crowds, just everyone involved, the USGA. I mean, what a week.
Once Dustin Johnson fell back early and you had the lead, you knew that you had giants like Woods and Mickelson and Els potentially breathing down your neck, but none of them really made a move.
Yeah, like I say, this golf course is extremely difficult, and it's very tough to make birdies. You go chasing and you'll make bogeys, and you know, Dustin got off to a really bad start. You know, after the way he played yesterday, I thought if the same guy turned up today, he was going to be really tough to beat. But you know, I really just try to concentrate on my game, and you know, I just can't believe I'm standing here with this thing right now. It's an absolute dream come true. I've dreamed this all my life. You know, 2 putts to win the U.S. Open. You know, I couldn't believe I actually had a 20-footer to do that today, and you know, wow, this thing feels amazing.
Not only are you standing here with it, but soon your name will be etched on it right there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Graham McDowell, there he is, your 110th U.S. Open champion. Dan?
And just from that interview right there, you get a sense of why Graham McDowell is so easy to like and root for. And he comes through by 1 over Gregory Havre. It was a disappointing day for a number of golfers, including Ernie Els and Dustin Johnson. Both of those golfers electing not to stop and be interviewed. Very upset at the events today, not being able to make a closing charge there. Well, you can head to NBCSports.com for a full recap of the day's events. That's the U.S. Open wrap-up presented by Lexus, live on NBCSports.com. And then coming up at 10 p.m., an all-new Law and Order, Criminal Intent. What a week it was indeed for Graham McDowell and for our entire NBC golf team. What a pleasure it was to broadcast this from Pebble Beach again. Dan Hicks, so long from Pebble Beach, where Graham McDowell wins the 110th edition. So long, everyone.